Chapter 2285. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. At this moment, the anger in Fang Chen's heart had reached its peak. He was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. If he wasn't restraining himself, he would have already rushed into the Divine Sword Sect and started a massacre. Since the Divine Sword Sect's target is me, then hand me over. Fang Chen tried hard to calm the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice. Fang Chen was a rare sword genius that only appeared once in 100 million years. He was also the hope of the Wuji sword sect's rise. He really didn't want to give Fang Chen away. Once he did, Fang Chen would definitely fall in the hands of the Divine Sword Sect's sect master. This was something that he didn't want to see. He was struggling internally. On one hand, he was the disciple who would inherit his legacy. On the other hand, he was the future hope of the Wuji sword sect. He really didn't know how to choose. He even had the thought of contacting the Galaxy Great Ancestor. However, after thinking about it, he rejected this idea. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he couldn't contact the Galaxy Great Ancestor. The Divine Sword Sect's sect master must have thought of this as well. Once he contacted the Galaxy Great Ancestor and was discovered, Fang Shi would be in danger. He couldn't take the risk. He had to calm down. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. Blood was spurting out. He couldn't wait to kill the Divine Sword Sect. Looking at the token lying in the Sumeru ring, Fang Chen's gaze fell on Jian Wuji. Sect Master, I have an idea, but I need your cooperation, Fang Chen said.
Oh,
what is it? As long as you can save Shi-Er, anything is fine, Jian Wuji said hurriedly. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, Sect Master, hand me over to the Divine Sword Sect. Hearing this, Jian Wuji shook his head and interrupted Fang Chen. No. Sect Leader, please listen to what I have to say. I'm not acting blindly, I'm acting based on the confidence in my heart, Fang Chen said. When I said that I want Sect Leader to hand me over to the Divine Sword Sect, I'm not really handing myself over. Instead, after exchanging for Fang Shi's safety, we will launch a fierce attack on the Divine Blade Sect. It's just that the Lord of the Sword God Sect is too powerful. He's at the same level as you. I'm not sure if you can block his attack for me. Of course, there's no need to fight to the death. You just have to stop him, Fang Chen said. This won't work. Once you fall into the hands of the sect master of the Sword God, he'll control you immediately. It'll be too difficult for us to rescue you. Jian Wuji shook his head. Sect Master, Fang Chen knew that Jian Wuji had misunderstood his meaning. He needed to explain it clearly. I have a supreme treasure on me. After activating it, my cultivation base can reach the pinnacle of the Absolute Saint stage for a short period of time. As long as you can stop the sect master of the Divine Saber Sect for me, I will activate the ultimate treasure and wipe out the Divine Saber Sect's Hun Tiantian. Although he sounded calm, his words were filled with a strong killing intent. The token that the old man riding the big black dog had given him was extremely precious. However, his daughter's life was even more precious. Since they had set their sights on his daughter, they should be prepared to die. Is that true? As soon as he said that, Jian Wuji and Swordmaster turned pale with fright. They looked at Fang Chen in shock. They wanted to know what kind of treasure could have such power. Fang Chen nodded heavily and said, Shi-Er's life is still in the hands of the sect master of the Divine Saber Sect. How could I make such a joke? What kind of treasure is it? Swordmaster's eyes were burning as he asked anxiously. They could feel that Fang Chen wasn't lying, but they really couldn't imagine what kind of treasure could have such power. Even Jian Wuji couldn't make a Unity Realm warrior have the combat power to wipe out the Divine Saber Sect's Hun Tiantian. Therefore, he was also shocked. Fang Chen fell into silence. He didn't say anything. This was related to his secret, so he didn't want to say more. Fang Chen, although we know that it's inappropriate to ask you this matter is very important. If there's any mistake, the Limitless Sword Sect will fall into a state of eternal damnation. I hope you can understand, Jian Wuji said. Fang Chen nodded. He could understand. Sect Master, please believe me. I won't joke around with my daughter's life. Jian Wuji's pitch-black eyes stared straight at Fang Chen. After a long time, he nodded slowly and finally made this decision. I believe you. Jian Wuji sighed and said, it seems that I'm still old. I don't have the drive of my youth. I've hesitated for so long before making such a decision. Sect Master, you're just thinking for the sect, Sword Master said. Many thanks for Sect Master's trust. I believe that after this matter is over, the Divine Saber sect will be completely damaged. By then, it will no longer have the ability to compete with the Limitless Sword sect, Fang Chen said. In just a few words, Jian Wuji's courage was reflected. He chose to believe in Fang Chen, which made the latter feel very gratified. Then, the three of them began to discuss countermeasures. This matter was too important, and they couldn't be careless in the slightest. Divine Saber sect, above the square. A bronze throne floated in the void. There was a picture of a saber on it, and its aura was shocking. On the throne, the Divine Saber sect master sat quietly. His gaze was fixed on the cross in the square. A young girl was tied up by a rope, and the power in her body was completely sealed. Sect Master, do you think that old thing Jian Wuji will give in? An absolute saint stage elder asked. The Divine Saber sect master said, it doesn't matter whether he gives in or not. He paused for a moment and continued, I've already investigated. With Fang Chen's love for his daughter, he will definitely come to our Divine Saber sect to rescue her at all costs. As long as he dares to come, he will die without a doubt. Thinking of this, a figure flashed across the Divine Saber sect master's mind. The Black Demon sect master who provided him with information about Fang, she was indeed a member of the Qianqing clan. This kind of information-gathering method was amazing. This matter has completely offended the Limitless Sword sect. The Divine Saber sect master thought to himself, my Divine Saber sect is backed by the Qiu clan, but we still can't dominate Dongxian heaven. The root of all this was that the Qiu clan looked down on the Divine Saber sect. Without the support of the Qiu clan, the Divine Saber sect could only barely fight against the Limitless Sword sect. At some point, the Divine Saber sect master's heart was burning. His ambition was slowly exposed. From the beginning to the end, the Divine Saber sect master had hidden a huge ambition deep in his heart. Ever since he came into contact with the Black Demon sect master, his restless heart became active again. I'd rather go down in history with infamy than live an ordinary life. The Divine Saber sect master thought to himself. Going down in history with infamy would at least be remembered by future generations. Once he unified Dongxian heaven, as time passed, people would only remember the winner and forget the loser. Despicable man, my master and father will not let you go. Fang Shi, who was tied up by the rope, said fiercely with a cold expression on her face. With the Divine Saber sect master's means, Fang Shi would become a cripple after sealing her power. She would not be able to escape under his watch. However, he still tied Fang Shi up with a secular rope. This was a humiliation, a naked humiliation. The Divine Saber sect master was not angry at Fang Shi's words. Instead, he laughed loudly. Your father is about to die and your master will be suppressed by me. One day, I will reign supreme and my name will shake Dongxian, said the Divine Saber sect master. Someone like you wants to dominate Dongxian heaven? Dream on. Such a day will never come, said Fang Shi disdainfully. The Divine Saber sect master shook his head and looked at Fang Shi as if he was looking at an idiot. The winner takes all. The people of the secular world will never ask what means you use to dominate. They will only remember your most glorious footprints. You don't understand the thoughts of those in power, so you are destined to be cannon fodder. Bah! Hearing these words, Fang Shi felt disgusted. An expert of the same level as Jian Wuji, one of the few pinnacle experts in Dongxian heaven, had actually done such a despicable thing. If news of this spread, he would be laughed at by outsiders. You want to use this method to deal with my father? Fang Shi looked at the Divine Saber sect master hatefully. You will fail. When the time comes, your Divine Saber sect will be reduced to nothingness. Why should I care about what the people of the secular world think of me? When I am strong enough to trample Dongxian, who will dare disrespect me? The Divine Saber sect master muttered. Then, he took out his communication jade pendant and sent a voice transmission to the Black Demon sect master. Chapter 2286. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with exciting novels to read. The Black Demon Sect Master seemed to know that the Sect Master of the Divine Blade Sect would definitely contact him. He was not surprised by the message at all, as if he had been waiting for it for a long time. What do you think? The Black Demon Sect Master asked first. Since they wanted to cooperate, they had to show enough sincerity. If it was in the past, the Tianqing Remnant clan would have been so ambitious that they would not have taken the Divine Blade Sect seriously, let alone cooperate with them. However, after they came back and hit a wall, they suddenly woke up. The current Voidstar Sky was no longer the Voidstar Sky of the past. It had changed a lot. In the end, after weighing the pros and cons, they decided to cooperate with the Divine Blade Sect. The Divine Blade Sect Master was silent for a moment, then said in a hoarse voice, I agree to cooperate with you, but you have to promise that the other two sect must be completely destroyed. In fact, the Divine Blade Sect Master was also borrowing the hands of the Tianqing clan to destroy the other two sect. There were a total of 3 sects in the Dongxian Sky territory. If the other two sect were destroyed, the Divine Blade Sect Master would naturally be able to unify Dongxian Sky. Don't worry, I will not let you down. The Black Demon Sect Master said solemnly. Then, he had a detailed conversation with the Divine Blade Sect Master for a while. After ending the communication, the Divine Blade Sect Master's eyes revealed a scorching smile. It seemed that his wish of many years was about to be fulfilled. Dominating Dongxian Sky was no longer a dream, but a reality. Let's start with the Wuji Sword Sect. The Divine Blade Sect Master's finger gently tapped on the bronze throne, making a crisp sound as he thought to himself. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and the sky was clear. A gust of wind blew past, and the Divine Blade Sect Master's pitch-black eyes looked into the distance. Love go little say W, Chu-He frowned slightly, seemingly a little displeased. Could it be that Fang Chen is really going to leave him in the lurch? The Divine Blade Sect Master thought to himself. They had announced the news of Fang Shi's punishment, and the Wuji Sword Sect must have received the news. It was already noon, and they still hadn't appeared. Temph, I want to see what kind of tricks you can play. The Sect Master of the Divine Blade Sect was not afraid of the Wuji Sword Sect at all since he was working with the Tianqing Remnant tribe. Even if that old man Zhen Wuji led the entire Wuji Sword Sect to attack him, he could easily deal with it. If you don't come, then don't blame me for being rude. The sect leader of the Divine Blade Sect said coldly. His words were filled with icy killing intent. On the square below, Fang Shi, who was tied up with ropes, had a grave expression on her pretty face. She was very worried that her father would act impulsively. She knew her father too well. If he knew her situation, he would definitely save her at all costs. Father, please don't come. They've set a trap for you. Fang Shi was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, another few hours had passed. At this moment, the sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect was clearly displeased. His target this time was Fang Chen. If the latter did not come, it would undoubtedly mean that his plan had failed. Damn it. The sect leader of the Divine Blade Sect clenched his fists and cursed. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head. His pitch-black eyes stared intently into the distance. In the distant horizon, there was a subtle spatial fluctuation. The other cultivators in the Divine Blade Sect did not notice it. Only the sect leader of the Divine Blade Sect relaxed his brows. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Is he finally here? There was a hint of mockery in his eyes as he looked into the distance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, the energy fluctuation became stronger and stronger. In the end, it directly alarmed the entire Divine Blade Sect. Many elders were on guard, afraid that Zhen Wuji would go crazy and start a massacre, destroying the Divine Blade Sect. Whoosh. Suddenly, the void was torn apart. 3 figures walked out from the void. I thought you guys wouldn't dare to come. The sect leader of the Divine Blade Sect looked at Zhen Wuji with a grin. Fang Chen looked directly at the square below. When he saw his daughter tied up with ropes, the anger in his heart reached its peak. Fang Chen shouted loudly. Father, leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Tears welled up in Fang Shi's eyes. She did not want her father to be in danger because of her. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said word by word, I will definitely save you. After saying that, Fang Chen's scarlet eyes stared intently at the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect. The dignified sect leader of the Divine Blade sect actually did such a despicable thing. Do you still have the face to sit here? Fang Chen berated loudly. In the face of Fang Chen's berating, the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect sneered and said, Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? After saying that, the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect looked directly at Jian Wuji and said, What? Have you made your decision? Jian Wuji frowned and said angrily in his heart, Old monster Dao, aren't you going overboard by doing this? Xie's power has already been sealed by you. Why are you still tying her up with ropes? This was a humiliation, a blatant humiliation. She is my prisoner. I can do whatever I want, the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect said. He now had the upper hand and was not afraid of Jian Wuji and the others at all. She is my daughter. I will never let her suffer any grievances. Fang Chen was roaring in his heart. When he saw Fang Shi being tied up, he wanted to turn the world upside down. However, his rationality told him that he could not make a move for the time being. Your target is me. Now that I'm here for you, shouldn't you let my daughter go? Fang Chen took a step forward and stood in front of the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect. The sect leader of the Divine Blade sect carefully sized up Fang Chen. He faintly admired Fang Chen's courage. How good would it be if he was a disciple of the Divine Blade sect? Unfortunately, he was not. After sighing slightly, the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect stood up. With a wave of his hand, the ropes that tied Fang Shi up immediately broke. At the same time, Fang Shi's body was suspended in mid-air. A ray of light entered his body. Whoosh! In an instant, the energy in Fang Shi's body was restored. At this time, the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect placed his hand on Fang Chen's shoulder and immediately suppressed the energy in his body. Sect leader. Fang Chen looked at Jian Wuji. The latter nodded and carefully checked Fang Shi's body. There was nothing serious. Seeing Jian Wuji nod, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Father. Fang Shi's face was covered in tears. If not for the sword master holding her back, she would have rushed to her father's side. Xie, don't worry. Father will be fine. Fang Chen comforted her. Tumph, do you think you can still live after offending the Qiu family? Hearing this, the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect sneered. Old monster Jian, you have the person too? Why? Why aren't you leaving? It was not the time to start a war with the Wuji sword sect yet. Therefore, the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect directly ordered them to leave. Fang Chen was already under his control. As for Fang Shi and the others, he did not care at all. Old monster Jian, have you ever thought that your actions will cause the Divine Blade sect to suffer heavy losses? After seeing that Fang Shi was safe and sound, Jian Wuji revealed a cold smile on his face and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect frowned and stared at Jian Wuji. Old monster Jian, don't test my patience. Fang Chen is a disciple of the Wuji sword sect. Jian Wuji's words made his attitude clear. The sword master, who was at the side, shook his aura and was ready to fight. What? You want to snatch him by force? Seeing this, the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect laughed out loud as if he had seen the funniest joke in the world. He exerted force in his palm and lifted Fang Chen up. The most outstanding disciple of the Wuji sword sect is in my hands. What can you do? HMPH, reincarnation. A person like you is not worthy of practicing martial arts. Fang Chen said coldly. Slap. The sect leader of the Divine Blade sect slapped Fang Chen hard and sent him flying. Blood splattered everywhere. Soon, the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect caught Fang Chen again. Seeing the latter's sorry state, he said disdainfully, You can't even control your own life. What right do you have to talk about me? Fang Chen's dark eyes stared at the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect. In order to deal with me, You didn't hesitate to kidnap my daughter. This is the so-called sect leader of the Divine Blade sect. Before I came to the Divine Blade sect, I said that no matter who it is, if they dare to touch my daughter, I will not let them rest in peace. Let them rest in peace. The sect leader of the Divine Blade sect sneered. I think you'd better think about how to die in peace. Fang Chen turned his head and exchanged glances with Zhen Wuji. Boom. Violent sword qi rushed out of Zhen Wuji's body and wreaked havoc in the world. Chapter 2287. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with exciting novels to read. To the sect master, Fang Chen was a joke. If it wasn't for the Wuji sword sect's protection, he would have died countless times. His life was in someone else's hands, yet he dared to say that he would stir up trouble in the sect. But now, seeing the sword aura surrounding Zhen Wuji, the sect master's face darkened completely. Was he preparing to start a war between the sects? All this while, I, Zhen Wuji, have been wary of the war between the sects, so I didn't want to argue with you. But now, you're bullying me. Although Fang Chen isn't my disciple, he's the most outstanding disciple of the Wuji sword sect. If you dare to touch him, the consequences aren't something the sect master can bear, Zhen Wuji said coldly. Ever since he became the sect master of the Wuji sword sect, he had been under a lot of pressure. He had to be cautious in everything he did and consider the interests of the Wuji sword sect. This time, he would let Zhen Wuji do as he pleased. No matter what, he couldn't let the sect master take Fang Chen away. Hearing Zhen Wuji's words, the sect master laughed. Zhen Wuji, are you sure you want to force me to make a move? As the sect master spoke, he lifted Fang Chen in his hand and threatened Zhen Wuji. Boom. However, at this moment, the holy spring in Fang Chen's body vibrated and a violent power surged out instantly. While the sect master wasn't paying attention, he broke free from his grip and quickly retreated. You're courting death. Seeing this, the sect master reached out his hand and covered Fang Chen. However, at this moment, an incredible sword gleam instantly pierced through the void and shot toward the sect master of the sword god's hand. Boom. The deafening sound of metal colliding was heard and the sect master was forced to retreat. However, he stomped his foot and charged toward Fang Chen again. Boom. An extremely violent sword qi soared into the sky. Zhen Wuji unleashed his strongest power. With a long sword in hand, he fought with the sect master of the Saber God sect. Old monster Zhen, you'll regret this. The sect master of the Divine Blade sect sneered and said disdainfully. Then he ordered the absolute saint elders who had been prepared to capture Fang Chen. I'd like to see how you're going to save them. The sect leader sneered. However, Zhen Wuji's face was as calm as an ancient well. It was as if he wasn't worried about Fang Chen at all. Below, the absolute saint realm elders of the sword god sect all surrounded Fang Chen. Fang Shi was very worried about his father's safety, but he was protected by Sword Master. Don't worry, your father will be fine. The Sword Master's mission this time was to protect Fang Shi. Fang Chen turned his head and smiled at Shi Er. Then, a violent energy surged around him. With a thought, a token appeared in his palm. The Shura sword qi in his body surged madly as he prepared to activate the token. I've said it before. If anyone dares to lay a hand on my daughter, I'll definitely make them restless. Fang Chen's cold voice came out from his mouth. Stop. However, just as Fang Chen was about to activate the badge, a reprimanding voice could be heard from the distance. In the next moment, a black shadow jumped continuously and quickly arrived at the square of the Sword God sect. Qiu Longtan, the sect master of the Sword God sect, who was fighting with Zhen Wuji, gasped when he saw Qiu Longtan. The Sword God sect and the Qiu family had business dealings, so the sect master of the Sword God sect was very familiar with the Qiu family's branches. He clearly knew that this inconspicuous guy in front of him had already been recognized by the elders of the headquarters and was allowed to enter the headquarters to cultivate. This meant that his future was bright. Young Master Longtan. It was a white-haired absolute saint realm elder. He was the vice-sect master of the Sword God sect. Qiu Longtan's appearance interrupted their attack. He looked at them with a smile. He killed my brother. I'll take his head with my own hands. Qiu Longtan said in a low voice. Hearing this, the vice sect master was in a difficult position. At this moment, the sect master of the Sword God sect, who was fighting fiercely in the void, said, "Young Master Longtan, I captured this kid to give to you. Since you want to do it yourself, there's no problem." With the sect master of the Sword God sect's permission, the vice sect master waved his hand and the other absolute Saint Realm elders retreated. This gave Qiu Longtan and Fang Chen enough space. "Qiu Longyu is my biological brother. We relied on each other since we were young. I said that I would protect my brother forever. However, you killed him. I'll take your head with my own hands and offer it to my brother's soul in heaven," Qiu Longtan said coldly. Fang Chen's face darkened. He put the token back in his hand. He could feel that Qiu Longtan's strength was only in the Earth expansion realm. There was no need to activate the token. The token was only effective for 3 minutes. It was used to kill the absolute Saint Realm elders of the Sword God sect. "You?" Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and said in disdain. "Just me." As soon as Qiu Longtan finished speaking, his body flashed and he appeared in front of Fang Chen. Roar. A tiger's roar reverberated throughout the Sword God sect. It was deafening. Qiu Longtan threw out a punch. However, it was blocked by Fang Chen's 1,000-sword body. Then, the black aura above his head condensed into a huge tiger. It was one of the Qiu family's 3 gifted superpowers. The tiger swallows the heavens and earth. However, when Qiu Longtan used it, it was extremely powerful. Roar. The black tiger opened its mouth as if it wanted to swallow Fang Chen whole. A terrifying aura swept across the land. "Didn't your brother tell you? The Qiu family's gifted superpowers are useless against me," Fang Chen said indifferently. "Nothing is absolute. Do you think that all Azura Sword Dao martial artists can ignore the Qiu family's gifted superpowers? You're wrong." Qiu Longtan sneered. He controlled the huge black tiger and attacked Fang Chen. Rumble. A deafening sound reverberated through the world. All the disciples in the Sword God sect were stunned. Only a few Sage Realm elders watched the battle quietly under the lead of the Vice Sect Master. As for the battle in the sky, the battle between the Sword God Sect Master and Zhen Wuji gradually slowed down. The two of them were evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. "Zhen Wuji, as long as I stop you, Fang Chen will definitely die," the Sword God Sect Master said. After understanding this, he no longer took the initiative to attack. As long as he stopped Zhen Wuji and prevented him from rescuing Fang Chen, it would be enough. However, Zhen Wuji also thought the same. Qiu Longtan's cultivation has reached the earth-splitting realm. Fang Chen can't be compared to him at all, the Sword God Sect Master said. It seems that the Vice Sect Master and the others don't have to do anything. Fang Chen will die. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, the final result was still under his control. He looked at Zhen Wuji with a mocking look in his eyes. However, the latter was still not worried about Fang Chen's safety. Acting pretentious. In the square below, the black tiger carried a terrifying aura and rushed in front of Fang Chen. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Fang Chen instantly. "Father!" Seeing this, Fang Shi cried out in grief. He wanted to rush over without caring about his own safety, but he was stopped by the Sword Master. "You have to believe in your father," the Sword Master said in a low voice. However, he was also a little nervous in his heart. "My brother, I have avenged you." Seeing Fang Chen being swallowed by the black tiger, a smile appeared on Qiu Longtan's cold face. He looked up at the sky and said loudly, "Boom." However, just as he finished speaking, the huge black tiger suddenly exploded and turned into nothingness. As the smoke dispersed, a figure stood quietly in the square. Seeing this, Qiu Longtan's face was full of shock. He looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. If the absolute saint of your Qiu family used the tiger swallowing heaven and earth, I might not be able to block it. However, you, Qiu Longtan, are too weak," Fang Chen said. "Damn it." Qiu Longtan clenched his fists, his heart filled with rage. He did not expect Fang Chen's Shura Sword Dao to be cultivated to such a level. The Qiu family's special ability was countered by Fang Chen. Qiu Longtan immediately retracted his aura and stopped using his special ability. A long sword appeared in his hand. Do you think that you can win against me, Qiu Longtan? Qiu Longtan said, Today, I will let you know the difference between you and an earth-splitting realm expert. Chapter 2288. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go Little? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The demonic killing sword Dao was the sword Dao that Qiu Longtan and the entire Qiu clan relied on to survive. The Qiu clan was able to unify the entire Mosha sky because they grasped the true essence and profound mysteries of the demonic killing sword Dao. Even though all sword cultivators in Mosha sky cultivated the demonic killing sword Dao, but they would never be able to come in contact with the true core inheritance. Even Qiu Longtan only knew a little about it. The true demonic killing sword Dao was too profound. Since his innate sacred power was restrained, Qiu Longtan chose to use his sword techniques to kill Fang Chen. The combat power of an earth-splitting realm expert could not be underestimated. It was not something a unity realm expert could compare with. Qiu Longtan waved his hand. At that moment, a world-splitting sword light tore through the void and pierced towards Fang Chen. So powerful. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. As he retreated, he executed the Azura sword Dao. The Azura sword Dao restrained the demonic killing sword Dao. Dong. The two great sword lights clashed together. Fang Chen's Azura sword light shattered instantly. As for Qiu Longtan's demonic killing sword light, it remained firm. From this point, one could see that Qiu Longtan, who was at the earth-splitting realm, completely suppressed Fang Chen in terms of strength. Myriad sword domain. Seeing the demonic killing sword light about to pierce his body, Fang Chen activated his myriad sword domain. Instantly, the demonic killing sword light seemed to have fallen into a quagmire. Its speed sharply decreased. At this moment, Fang Chen had sufficient time to adjust his state. Peng. He clenched his fists and punched out several times consecutively. They clashed against the demonic killing sword light, forcibly shattering it. Seeing this, Qiu Longtan narrowed his eyes, saying, If you are only capable of this, then let's end it here. In the next moment, Qiu Longtan executed a sharp and tyrannical sword light. The entire sky was filled with bloody sword light. He took a step forward, closing in on Fang Chen and engaging in an intense battle with the latter. The strength of an earth-splitting realm expert was too strong. Fang Chen could not resist. Nevertheless, being able to achieve this with his unity realm cultivation had already left many dumbfounded. Even the absolute saint elders of the divine sword sect sighed. It was a pity that Lin Fan was their enemy. Otherwise, they would have taken him in as their disciple. Boom. After a fierce battle, Fang Chen's body flew out like a cannonball. Qiu Longtan looked down at the somewhat embarrassed Fang Chen and sneered, What other tricks do you have now? When he thought about how his younger brother had been killed by this kid, his heart was filled with rage. He would not let Fang Chen die so easily. Instead, he would use the cruelest methods to torture him. He would let him experience the most painful torture in the world and make him lose his senses in pain. This was the only way to resolve the hatred in his heart. Poochie. As he spoke, Qiu Longtan waved his hand and a sword light shot out. Caught off guard, Fang Chen's arm was pierced by the sword light. Immediately, a bloody hole appeared and blood gushed out. Fang Chen's arm was crippled and hung down. His forehead was filled with sweat and his face was extremely gloomy. He raised his head with difficulty. His pitch-black eyes were filled with stubbornness and fearlessness. The strength of an earth-opening realm martial artist is too strong. Fang Chen thought to himself. He had underestimated Qiu Longtan's strength. It would be impossible for him to fight the enemy with his current cultivation. As Fang Chen glanced at his arm that was hanging down, his thoughts stirred. The spirit spring milk in his spatial ring drilled into his body drop by drop. Under his control, it quickly came to the bloody hole. The medicinal effect spread and repaired the bloody hole. Soon, the bleeding stopped. Fang Chen's arm moved slightly and he could feel it again. In the void, Qiu Longtan's expression changed when he saw this scene. His demonic killing sword light had pierced Fang Chen's arm and left a hidden force in the wound. Not only was the latter's arm crippled, but his entire body also felt like it was being bitten by insects. It was excruciating. But now, his arm had recovered in the blink of an eye. After a slight cry, Cho Longtan's face was filled with anger. He said, "MPH, do you think you can block my attack like this?" Fang Chen shook his head and looked at Cho Longtan. He said, "I used my Unity Realm cultivation to block your attack. You still have the face to say this? The process is not important. People often look at the result." Cho Longtan said. He took a step forward and walked towards Fang Chen. "The result? Soon, the result will be completely different from what you imagined," Fang Chen said. "At this point, is there any use in trying to win with words?" Cho Longtan sneered. He held his sword and slashed it out. However, at this moment, a deafening sound came from Fang Chen's body. Suddenly, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. A violent aura instantly filled the air. Fang Chen's body was wrapped in the violent origin power of the world. Cho Longtan's sword light was also blocked. "This is..." The absolute Saint Elder of the Sword God sect stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. He was about to break through at this time? Swordmaster's face revealed a trace of joy. Could this be Fang Chen's trump card? In the sky, the Sword God sect leader, who was fighting with Zhen Wuji, said disdainfully, "So what if he broke through to the heaven-opening realm? In the end, he can't change the outcome." In the square, Cho Longtan stared at Fang Chen. When a cosmos god broke through to the pure sky god realm, the warrior was protected by the natural laws of the world. If he attacked blindly, he would suffer a backlash. So what if he broke through? Cho Longtan was full of confidence. He thought that even if Fang Chen broke through, he would not be his opponent. At this moment, all the spirit spring milk in Fang Chen's body was absorbed. Hong Long Long. Originally, Fang Chen had accumulated enough. He just lacked an opportunity. Now, the opportunity had come. In the battle with Cho Longtan, he had completely stabilized his foundation. He knew that now was the time for him to break through. More than 200 drops of spirit spring milk were absorbed by the god spring. After absorbing the spirit spring milk, the god spring crazily expanded. The violent spring water was constantly surging. The laws of the world enveloped Fang Chen's body, baptizing it. His comprehension of the martial Tao was also rapidly rising. This situation lasted for about a minute before it ended. Dawn. When the sky became clear again, Fang Chen felt his body was full of energy. He looked inwardly at his god spring and discovered that it had expanded to a boundless extent. It formed a space of its own. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Although he already knew that heaven-opening realm warriors could form a space with their god spring, personally experiencing it still felt inconceivable. This is the heaven-opening realm. Pure sky gods and cosmos gods were not on the same level. This breakthrough had achieved a qualitative leap. Fang Chen felt that his strength was unprecedentedly strong. Because he had just broken through, the space formed by the god spring was not too stable. But all this was not important. Letting out a mouthful of turbid air, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. Slightly controlling the power in his body, he raised his head to look at Cho Longtan. "What about now?" Fang Chen asked. "Just the heaven-opening realm. You are still not my opponent." Cho Longtan waved his hand, and rays of demonic killing sword light instantly shot out, piercing towards Fang Chen. "Indeed, it's different." Fang Chen only slightly used the power in his body, and he felt that it was very powerful. Catcher. It easily blocked the demonic killing sword light and then shattered it. "When I was in the Unity realm, I could fight with you. Now that I have stepped into the heaven-opening realm, you are only SOSO. Fang Chen sneered, his words filled with invincible confidence. "I don't believe it." Seeing this, Cho Longtan roared crazily, his eyes scarlet. He pushed the demonic killing sword Dao to the extreme, continuously displaying the superb sword Dao divine technique. His whole person seemed to have merged with the demonic killing sword light, fiercely fighting with Fang Chen. Hong Long Long. After stepping into the pure sky god realm, Fang Chen's strength had increased by several times. If it were a powerful earth-opening realm cultivator, he might not be able to kill him. But Qiu Longtan had just broken through to the earth-opening realm, and was not his opponent. Suppress. After a fierce battle, Fang Chen found an opportunity to step out, and immediately pressed Qiu Longtan under his foot. Pu Kai. Qiu Longtan spat out blood, his face pale, and his body desperately struggled. I am not resigned to this. Qiu Longtan roared crazily, entering a state of madness. The difference was too big, and he could not accept it. Everyone in the Divine Blade sect was in a perilous situation. Chapter 2289. A genius remembers love in 1 second. I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Only then did the few absolute saint elders react. Their auras spread out and they charged at Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen wasn't afraid of the absolute saint realm cultivators at all. If I can kill your brother, I can kill you too. Fang Chen said coldly. You, Qiu Longtan struggled with all his might, his heart filled with anger. Let go of young Master Longtan. The vice sect leader yelled and surrounded Fang Chen with the other absolute saint realm elders. Fang Chen grabbed Qiu Longtan's arm and looked coldly at the absolute saint realm cultivators surrounding him. Qiu Longtan will definitely die. None of you can save him. Fang Chen, don't make a mistake. If you let young Master Longtan go, the Sword God sect won't do anything to you and let you go. What do you think? Seeing this, the vice sect leader immediately stopped and didn't dare to move forward. He was afraid that Fang Chen would kill Qiu Longtan in anger. No matter what, he had to save young Master Longtan first. Not only Qiu Longtan, you all will die too, Fang Chen said. If you kill young Master Longtan, we'll definitely kill you, another absolute saint realm elder said. Why? Not only you, but even your daughter will die. Buzz. The space inside Fang Chen's body shook. He stared at the elder and said coldly, I've said that I won't allow anyone to hurt my daughter. Crack. As he spoke, Fang Chen used his strength and crushed Qiu Longtan's neck. Qiu Longtan's body fell to the ground. His primordial spirit tried to escape, but a beam of sword light suddenly appeared in the sky and killed it. The most outstanding young cultivator of the Qiu family branch, Qiu Longtan, who was also a strong contender to be the next leader of the Qiu family branch, died just like that. All the cultivators of the Sword God sect, including the Sword God sect leader, were completely furious. Their eyes were red as they stared at Fang Chen. Kill him for me. The sect master of the Divine Saber sect was blocking Zhen Wuji and could not spare any effort. He had no choice but to let the vice sect master and the others take action. You actually dared to kill young Master Longtan? Die, I want you to die. Qiu Longtan had died in the Divine Sword sect. If the Qiu clan were to blame them, the Divine Sword sect would not be able to escape the blame. The vice sect leader and the others were enraged and attacked one after another. Fang Chen turned around and looked at the crowd indifferently. Then, surges of Shura sword chi were infused into the token. Boom! An extremely terrifying power soared into the sky and enveloped Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen's aura was rising rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. Finally, at this moment, his aura had reached its limit. How is this possible? The few absolute saint realm elders who were attacking felt the aura from Fang Chen's body. Their eyes opened wide and they looked at him in disbelief. What a powerful aura! Even I feel my heart palpitate. The vice sect master cried out. Boom! Their attacks landed on Fang Chen's body and instantly dissipated. They could not hurt him at all. Today, I will take revenge for my daughter. Fang Chen was so angry that he didn't hesitate to activate his trump card token for his daughter's sake. His current aura had already reached the peak of the pure sky celestial. According to the old man riding the black dog, he could already sweep away the pure sky celestial. Let's attack together and kill him. The vice sect master said in a low voice, he must have used a secret technique to reach the absolute saint realm in a short time. As long as we stall for time, he will definitely die. Hearing the vice sect master's words, the other absolute saint realm elders woke up from their shock and attacked at lightning speed. Rumble. Including the vice sect master, there were a total of 7 absolute saints. This was all that the divine sword sect had. Absolute saints could open up miniature universes. In Voidstar Sky, they were considered top-notch great beings. Every absolute saint was the treasure of the sect. At this moment, the 7 absolute saints teamed up to fight Fang Chen. In the sky, Gen Wuji narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. "Is this your trump card?" At first, Gen Wuji was still a little worried. However, after seeing Fang Chen's current strength, his worries had disappeared. "Ha ha ha, this guy." The sword master laughed loudly. Behind him, Fang Shi also laughed through his tears and cheered for his father. On the square, Fang Chen, who was surrounded by the 7 absolute saints, held the hidden star sword in his hand and slashed out fiercely. Instantly, an extremely terrifying sword light broke through the defense of the 7 people. Then, he stomped his foot and came to the side of one of them. Buzz! He used his powerful aura to suppress the absolute Saint Realm Elder. Before the latter could react, he grabbed his throat. Crack! The absolute Saint Realm Elder's head was forcefully broken. Then, he punched the primordial spirit that escaped. Whoosh! The entire Sword God sect was completely shocked. An absolute Saint Realm expert had actually fallen? Damn it! In the sky, the Sword God sect leader, who was fighting with Gen Wuji, saw this scene and his pupils constricted. He used a powerful attack to force Gen Wuji to retreat. However, the more he did so, the calmer Gen Wuji became. He kept pestering the Sword God sect's sect leader. How can he be so strong? Being pestered by Gen Wuji, the Sword God sect's sect leader couldn't escape. He could only send a voice transmission to the vice sect leader to deal with Fang Chen. Damn it! The vice sect leader clenched his fists. Looking at the fallen absolute Saint Realm Elder, his eyes were bloodshot. "I will kill you." There were only 7 absolute Saint Realm Elders in the Sword God sect. How could they not be angry when one of them died? At this moment, the entire Sword God sect was shocked. This is just the beginning. Fang Chen looked at the vice sect leader coldly. "The Sword God sect dared to kidnap my daughter. I will not let the Sword God sect rest in peace." Originally, when Fang Chen said this, the Sword God sect leader was still mocking Fang Chen. Now that he heard these 4 words, it was especially harsh. The old man riding the big black dog was right. After activating the token, Fang Chen's strength could defeat God Hun Tian. At that time, Fang Chen was only at the Unity Realm. Now that he had broken through to the heaven-opening realm with the help of the Spirit Spring Milk, he activated the token and became even stronger. Although he was surrounded by 7 absolute saints, he was still able to handle it with ease. Crack! The second absolute Saint Realm Elder had fallen. This made the Sword God sect's sect leader's eyes turn bloodshot. He was furious. As for the vice sect leader and the others, a trace of fear finally appeared in their hearts. They didn't even dare to look at Fang Chen's eyes. Crushing, it was absolutely crushing. A few seconds later, the third absolute Saint Realm Elder had fallen. In the blink of an eye, only 4 of the 7 absolute saints were left. His secret technique must have a time limit. He must stall for time. The vice sect leader roared crazily. At the same time, he transmitted a message to the other 3 absolute Saint Realm Elders, telling them to set up a formation to stop Fang Chen. The 4 absolute Saint Realm Elders were no longer as strong as before. They were like rats running across the street, constantly dodging Fang Chen's attacks. Wang! The heaven-opening realm formation was set up, enveloping Fang Chen within. "The 4 of us will move around in the formation to deal with Fang Chen. We can't fight him head-on. Just stall for time," the vice sect leader reminded. "Will this work?" The current Fang Chen was an out-and-out great demon king. It was as if he was possessed by a demon god. If gods and demons blocked him, he would kill gods and demons. Crack! Even though the 4 absolute saints were already very careful, Fang Chen still managed to catch one of them. With a twist of his neck, he died instantly. The 4th one. Fang Chen muttered under his breath. Bloody murderous intent filled his entire body. His eyes were red as if he couldn't control his thoughts. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill them all. In the distance, the swordmaster was also shocked. This This is too exaggerated. The sword master swore that he had never seen such an overpowered secret technique in all his years of cultivation. Fang Shi's mouth was wide open as he looked at the tall figure in front of him in disbelief. Is this still my father? A minute later, Fang Chen killed the fifth absolute Saint Realm Elder. A few seconds later, Fang Chen killed the sixth absolute Saint Realm Elder. In less than 2 minutes, 6 of the 7 absolute Saint Realm experts had died. Only the vice sect leader was left. This was something that the Sword God sect leader hadn't expected. He had already gone crazy in the sky, attacking crazily, but he couldn't get rid of Gen Wuji. Gen Wuji, do you really want to fight? Didn't we start a long time ago? Gen Wuji said calmly. You'll regret it. The Cho family won't let you go. The Sword God sect leader's mind was in a mess. When he attacked, he kept making mistakes. Gen Wuji took the opportunity to attack. Chapter 2290. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. The Divine Blade sect was a sect that he had painstakingly built. Step by step, it grew from a weak sect to one of the top 3 sects in Dongxian heaven. Love go little say W, Chu, but now, it was being massacred by the Wuji sword sect. His heart was burning with rage, and he vented it all on Gen Wuji. I'm going to kill you. The sect master of the Divine Blade sect yelled crazily and attacked with all his might. Gen Wuji had nothing to worry about and could easily deal with the sect master of the Divine Blade sect. Below, the heaven-opening array shattered and the vice sect master appeared in front of Fang Chen. His body trembled and he had completely lost his will to fight. What kind of joke was this? Gen Wuji had killed 6 of the 7 absolute saints. He did not believe that he could withstand Gen Wuji's attack with his strength. Looking at the sect master who was entangled by Gen Wuji, the vice sect master's heart was filled with loneliness. Could it be that the great Divine Blade sect was going to become history? Fang Chen, you've killed so many people. Are you still going to kill all of us? Hurry up and stop. Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt when the Cho family comes. At this point, only by mentioning the Cho family could he hope to intimidate Fang Chen. However, he was wrong. At this moment, Fang Chen only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill. He did not care about the so-called Cho family at all. Anyone who touches my daughter must die. Crack. Fang Chen slashed with his sword and directly cut off the vice sect master's arm. Fortunately, the latter dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have been killed. Fang Chen, the vice sect master, called out with bloodshot eyes. Gen Wuji ignored him and attacked again. Rumble. At the foot of the Divine Blade sect, a sinister and terrifying aura came. A black-robed figure leaped through the void and quickly arrived at the Divine Blade sect square. Sect master of the Divine Blade sect, I'm late. After the sect master of the Divine Blade sect agreed to cooperate with the Tianqing family, the Black Demon sect master rushed over. However, he was still too late. Love go little say W, Chu. When he saw the corpses lying on the ground, he was stunned and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. He, as the Black Devil cult master of the Tianqing clan, he understood Fang Chen better than anyone else. However, why did the Fang Chen in front of him give him a strange and fearful feeling? Black Devil cult master, quickly kill this child. The furious voice of the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect came from the sky. The Black Devil cult master was stunned for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Since your Divine Blade sect is cooperating with my Tianqing clan, then I, the Black Devil cult master, will definitely not sit idly by. In a short while, my Tianqing's army will arrive at the foot of the Divine Blade sect's mountain. None of them will be able to escape. Old monster Dao, you actually betrayed Shuxing heaven and colluded with the Tianqing clan?" Gen Wuji roared angrily when he saw this. "I'll make the Limitless Sword sect disappear from the Void Star sky." The sect master of the Divine Blade sect had completely fallen into a state of madness as he attacked madly. On the square, Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of the vice sect master. The latter did not have any strength to resist and was directly grabbed by the neck. "Black Devil cult master, save me." The vice sect master's voice was filled with fear. Stop. The Black Devil Cult Master berated loudly. Crack. Fang Chen ignored him and twisted his neck, killing the Vice Sect Master. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? The Black Devil Cult Master was completely enraged. He glared at Fang Chen and said coldly, Do you want to die? Fang Chen's aura was like a rainbow as he asked in a deep voice. Mph, isn't it just a secret technique? I'd like to see how long you can hold on. The Black Devil Cult Master sneered. His figure flashed as he unleashed a powerful attack and arrived beside Fang Chen. Not good, the aura is weakening. At this moment, Fang Chen's expression changed. The 3 minutes were almost up and the power in the token was fading. With a thought, he activated the violent power and attacked crazily. Are you anxious? The Black Devil Cult Master seemed to have seen through Fang Chen's thoughts. He kept dodging and stalling for time. Not good. The Swordmaster also knew that things were not good. He was ready to attack at any time. In the sky, the Saber God Sect Master laughed and said crazily, Gen Wuji, your death is here. Bang. Finally, after a fierce battle, the power in Fang Chen's body was completely depleted. He was sent flying by the Black Devil Cult Master. Poochie. Blood spurted out of his mouth. His face was pale and his body was trembling. Black Devil Cult Master, kill him. The Saber God Sect Master's voice rang in the Black Devil Cult Master's ears. Stop. At this moment, the Sword Master could not help but attack. Who do you think you are? Seeing this, the Black Devil Cult Master sneered and threw out a punch, forcing the Sword Master to retreat. Die. As the Sword Master retreated, he executed a powerful sword technique. Whoosh. Streaks of sharp sword light suddenly appeared in the sky. Along with these streaks of sword light, the Swordmaster's attack had also reached its peak. His attack successfully stopped the Black Devil Cult Master's attack. Let's go. The Swordmaster said in a deep voice. Fang Chen struggled to get up. He staggered and was about to leave. At this moment, a small, fair hand supported him. Father. Fang, she called out. Her eyes were filled with tears. She blamed herself when she saw her father's injured body. It was all her fault. I'm sorry. Fang, she lowered her head. Silly daughter. Father will always be your safe haven. As he spoke, Fang Chen coughed a few times. Father, I'll take you away. Fang, she was a little anxious. She took Fang Chen away from the battlefield. Boom. The Swordmaster and the Black Devil Cult Master had just exchanged blows, and the victor was decided. The Black Devil Cult Master was too powerful. He was close to the peak of the heavenly god level. The Swordmaster was no match for him. Soon, the Black Devil Cult Master forced the Swordmaster to retreat. Then, he leaped towards Fang Chen. Obstruct. Swordmaster let out a low roar and rushed to the front of the Black Devil Cult Master without any regard for his own safety, slashing with his sword. Crack. The sword light was shattered. The Swordmaster's body was also sent flying. However, the Swordmaster was determined to save Fang Chen. He didn't care about his injuries at all. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? The Black Devil Cult Master said coldly. In the sky. It was Gen Wuji's turn to be anxious. The situation was going well. Who would have thought that the Divine Blade sect would collude with the Tianqing clan? The appearance of the Black Devil Cult Master disrupted their plan. Gen Wuji's mind was in a mess. He couldn't resist the Divine Blade sect Master's attack. The latter also realized this and attacked crazily to disrupt Gen Wuji's rhythm. Damn it. Gen Wuji cursed. Bang. Finally, after being sent flying several times by the Black Devil Cult Master, the Sword Master's body fell to the ground weakly. His aura was weak. Fang Chen broke free from Fang Shi's hand and quickly came to the Sword Master's side. Sword Master. Fang Chen shouted. He was worried about the Sword Master's safety. Don't worry. I won't die. The Sword Master got up with difficulty and stared at the approaching Black Devil Cult Master. As long as I'm here, you can forget about getting close to him, the Sword Master said weakly. What a pity. The Black Devil Cult Master shook his head. The Sword Master was a good man. Unfortunately, their paths were different. Bang! With a punch, Fang Chen and the sword master were sent flying. The sword master no longer had the strength to stand. He fell to the ground and fainted. Fang Chen had just gone through a huge battle and had expended a lot of energy. At the critical moment, Fang Shi stood in front of Fang Chen. "I won't allow you to hurt my father." "Shi, let's go," Fang Chen shouted anxiously. "I'm not leaving," Fang Shi said firmly. "How touching. I'll send you both to hell so that you can continue your father-daughter relationship." The Black Devil cult master laughed sinisterly. Shortly after, he punched out. At the same time, in the distant horizon, Ancestor Xing he was flying over quickly. He crossed a long distance with a single step. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the territory of the Divine Blade sect. He spread his divine consciousness and found Fang Chen and the others. Damn it! Old Master Xing River was enraged. Waving his hand, a beam of light that caused one to shudder pierced through the void and burst forth. The Black Devil cult master's fist was about to hit Fang Chen. Suddenly, a miserable cry was heard. Blood spurted out and half of the Black Devil cult master's body exploded. The sudden turn of events caused the Black Devil cult master to let out a heart-wrenching scream. And in the sky, Zhen Wuji's heart finally relaxed. Chapter 2291. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Half of the powerful Black Fiend sect master's body was blasted into minced meat in just one exchange. And this was because Ancestor Xing he had casually struck him from a distance. If the distance was close enough, the Black Fiend sect master would have been dead. This sudden turn of events caused Fang Chen to be stunned for a moment. Soon after, he surveyed his surroundings. Who is it? To be able to blast half of the Black Fiend sect master's body into minced meat, this person's strength was at least at Zhen Wuji's level. Could it be the sect master's helper? Fang Chen immediately thought of the Divine Phoenix sect master. In Dongxian heaven, only the Divine Phoenix sect master was at the same level as the two of them. Just as Fang Chen was lost in his thoughts, a shocking voice entered his ears. The Divine Blade sect colluded with the Tianqing clan and betrayed the human race. This is an unforgivable crime. This voice descended from the sky like a heavenly punishment. Following closely behind was an old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being. He was wearing a blue robe with a galaxy embroidered on it that seemed to be flowing with the wind. A faint aura was emitted from his body. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary person. However, when Fang Chen saw him, the aura in his body actually shook. He widened his eyes and looked at the old man in front of him in disbelief. What? The Divine Blade sect master cried out involuntarily. His expression changed drastically and he lost his composure. Bang! Zhen Wuji took the opportunity to send the Divine Blade sect master flying. The latter's body staggered and landed on the square. At this time, half of the Black Fiend sect master's body also got up from the ground and looked at Ancestor Xing He in panic. Ancestor Xing He, the Divine Blade sect master's heart was in turmoil. His body trembled and his forehead was full of sweat. Things had developed to this point, which was completely beyond his imagination. He shifted his gaze to the Black Fiend sect master. In this situation, only the leader of the Tianqing clan could escape unscathed. Why is he here? Didn't the clan master say that he would secretly stop him? The Black Fiend sect master endured the pain and was very puzzled. He quickly sent a voice transmission to the clan master, but there was no response. Ancestor. The Divine Blade sect master wanted to explain something, but Ancestor Xing He waved his hand and interrupted him. Fut. Ancestor Xing He remained indifferent. With a flick of his finger, a terrifying ray of light turned into a bewitching flower in the void and entered the body of the Black Devil cult master. Bang! The Fiend sect master's body. Seeing this scene, the sect master of the Divine Blade sect plopped his knees on the ground and begged for forgiveness from the Patriarch of the Galaxy. Old Ancestor, I was possessed previously. Please forgive me, Old Ancestor, the sect master of the Divine Saber sect said in a trembling voice. At this moment, he was cursing the 18 generations of ancestors of the Black Devil cult master in his heart. After cooperating with the Black Devil cult's master, The latter told him that he didn't need to worry about the celestial river ancestor. With the patriarch of the Tianqing clan taking action, he simply couldn't free himself. Disciple Fang Chen greets ancestor Xing He. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said to ancestor Xing He. Hearing this, the old master Xing He nodded his head in satisfaction. He then placed his palm on Fang Chen's shoulder. Instantly, Fang Chen felt a boundless amount of energy seeping into his body. In an instant, his injuries were healed. Not bad. He should be proud to be praised by ancestor Xing He. Xi come here quickly. Fang Chen introduced Fang Shi to the ancestor Xing He, the founder of Xing He Universe. Love go little say W, Chu disciple Fang Shi greets ancestor Xing He. Fang Shi said with a smile. I'm very pleased that Xing He Universe has such an outstanding disciple like you. Ancestor Xing He said with a smile. Fang Shi had the myriad fusion body. Her future achievements were limitless. Her father, Fang Chen, was a rare sword Dao genius. He had also absorbed the innate order divine rune. Even in the chaotic void, he was considered a peerless genius. Ancestor Xing He had been paying attention to Fang Chen and was very clear about her growth trajectory. Ancestor, you're finally here. At this time, Zhen Wuji quickly walked in front of the Star River Great Ancestor and said with a smile. If you hadn't come, Fang Chen would have been in danger. Zhen Wuji said with a sigh of relief. He looked at Fang Chen with a deep gaze. After this battle, he was even more determined that Fang Chen was the future hope of the Wuji sword sect. No matter what, he had to protect him. The latter had brought him too much shock. Just the secret technique that could rapidly increase one's cultivation was enough to shake the entire Void Star sky. If the Qiu family of Moshe Heaven knew about it, they would probably try to snatch it at all costs. Fortunately, with ancestor Xing He around, the Qiu family would not dare to be too presumptuous. Let me deal with the traitor first. Ancestor Xing He nodded and said. Ancestor, the Divine Sword Sect is a subsidiary force of the Qiu family of Moshe Heaven. You can't kill me. The Divine Sword Sect Master said anxiously when he heard ancestor Xing He's words. At this point, the only way to survive was to hand over the Qiu family. The Qiu family? Ancestor Xing He snorted and said, don't think that I don't know. A mere Divine Sword Sect wants to be related to the Qiu family? What a joke. The Divine Sword Sect was at most a subsidiary force of the Qiu family. With ancestor Xing He's prestige, the Qiu family would not say anything even if he destroyed it. Crash. Ancestor Xing He flicked his finger and the Divine Sword Sect Master's corpse fell limply to the ground. All disciples of the Divine Sword Sect, listen up. From today onwards, the Divine Sword Sect will become a part of Dongxian Heaven's history. From this moment onwards, the Divine Sword Sect is disbanded. All unrelated people are to leave the Divine Sword Sect immediately. If you are found to have colluded with the Tianqing family, you will be killed without mercy. Ancestor Xing He's voice spread throughout the entire Divine Sword Sect. Instantly, countless disciples kowtowed to ancestor Xing He in gratitude. Being able to survive was already a blessing to their ancestors. Soon, everyone from the Divine Sword Sect hurriedly left the Divine Sword Sect. At this point, only 2 of the top 3 sect of Dongxian Heaven were left. Shall we talk in detail? Ancestor Xing He looked at Fang Chen with a smile. Then, he took Fang Chen and Fang Shi away. What happened in the Divine Sword Sect instantly spread to the entire Dongxian Heaven. Dongxian Heaven was in an uproar. Everyone was paying attention to the Wuji Sword Sect. In the following days, the Divine Sword Sect completely collapsed. Under Zhen Wuji's leadership, the Wuji Sword Sect occupied the Divine Sword Sect's territory in a high-profile manner. In just half a month, the Wuji Sword Sect took over the Divine Sword Sect's territory and cultivation resources. Many people sighed. From now on, the Wuji Sword Sect would dominate Dongxian Heaven. Even the Divine Phoenix Sect had to bow their heads. The Divine Phoenix Sect Master was very clear about the battle that day. He also watched it from afar. Especially when ancestor Xing He made a move at the last moment. Everyone who was ready to make a move was completely intimidated. No one dared to set their sights on the Wuji Sword Sect anymore. A month after the Divine Sword Sect was destroyed, the Wuji Sword Sect's internal division was completed and they were on the right track. One day, the Divine Phoenix Sect Master found Gen Wuji. Old monster Gen. At this moment, the Divine Phoenix Sect Master's face was filled with a bitter smile. From now on, the Divine Phoenix Sect will hide from the world and stand aloof from worldly affairs. I hope you can show mercy, the Divine Phoenix Sect Master said in a low voice. This was considered a declaration of his position. The Wuji Sword Sect's goal is not to dominate Dongxian heaven. Gen Wuji said slowly. Hearing this, the Divine Phoenix Sect Master breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, let's go. Since you're here, I naturally have to act as a host. Let's drink. The two top experts walked side by side. In just a month, the entire Dongxian heaven had undergone earth-shattering changes. The Wuji Sword Sect's name resounded throughout Dongxian heaven. Fang Chen's name was also known by everyone. In order to save his daughter, he went to the Divine Sword Sect in a rage and became the topic of conversation after meals. Many cultivators hoped to meet Fang Chen. His influence was no less than Gen Wuji's. Gen Wuji smiled slightly in response. He was very happy. Sect Master. On the Wuji Sword Mountain, the Sword Master said softly. Gen Wuji's back was facing the Sword Master as he looked down and said, "What do you think of Fang Chen? This child's potential is too great. If the Wuji Sword Sect wants to completely rise and become a major force in Void Star Heaven or even the entire Chaos Void, we must rely on him." The Sword Master had a very high opinion of Fang Chen. Gen Wuji looked up at the blue sky and murmured. He is an eagle in the sky. If he flaps his wings one day, the entire Chaos Void will be swept by a storm. Chapter 2292. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. As one of the 33 skies of the primal Chaos Void, the illusory star sky was a desolate place in the eyes of many experts. Love go little say W. However, for many ordinary martial artists, it was still a sea of stars. Void Star Sky was so vast that it seemed boundless. Even Hun Tianxian would find it difficult to traverse it. In the center of Void Star Heaven, where the 4 mysterious heavens intersected, there was a towering mountain peak. This mountain was known as the Xing River Peak, and it was the dojo of one of the true rulers of Void Star Heaven, the Xing River Ancestor. Galaxy Peak, Galaxy Palace. Star River Great Ancestor sat on a stone bench and looked at Fang Chen and Fang Shi with a smile. Both of them were from the galaxy universe that he had created. He was very pleased that they could have such achievements. Patriarch. Fang Chen and Fang Shi were still in shock. The sage-like old man in front of them was actually the ancestor of their galaxy. Thank you for your help, Patriarch. Fang Chen felt very grateful. If Ancestor Xing He hadn't intervened, he would have most likely died at the hands of the Black Fiend Cult Master. When I first saw you, I knew that your achievements wouldn't be too low. The Star River Ancestor gently nodded, indicating that it was no big deal. He then slowly said, I've been paying attention to your growth trajectory all these years, and I'm very pleased. However, I have a question. Why did you come out from the Demon City? Even a powerhouse like the Star River Ancestor could not have predicted that Fang Chen would be expelled by the Demon City. To tell you the truth, I was expelled from the Demon City. Fang Chen said awkwardly. He was the first ancient martial art practitioner to be expelled by the Demon City in the near-ancient era. Why were they expelled? Xing He Old Ancestor frowned slightly. Being banished by the Demon City, unless he had done something that angered the heavens and the people. There's a Yin Tomb Spring in the Demon City. I went there to look for the Spirit Spring Milk to save my brother. Who knew that Mugu, who ranked 10th on the Demon God ranking, threw me into the Yin Tomb Spring. I thought that I would definitely die. Who knew that the master of the Yin Tomb Spring was also a powerhouse with an innate divine order pattern? He used the power of my innate divine order pattern to mend his remnant soul. In exchange, he taught me how to control the Yin Tomb Spring. At this point, Fang Chen paused slightly before continuing. After I took control of the Yin Tomb Spring, many experts on the Demon God ranking coveted the Yin Tomb Spring and forced me to hand over the secret treasure. I had no choice but to resist. Finally, I used the Yin Tomb Spring to slaughter many experts on the demon god list. At this point, Patriarch Starry River understood. His gaze landed on Fang Chen. Fang Chen and Fang Shi looked at Xing He Old Ancestor. They were very puzzled. What is it? Was it about Moshe Shen's Qiu family? Or was it about the Azura Sword Path? You have the Azura Sword Path. The Qiu family will not let you go. But don't worry, as long as you are in Void Star Heaven, the Qiu family will not dare to attack. Xing He Old Ancestor said. I called you here because of Great Emperor Shu Xian. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Just what kind of divine being was Great Emperor Void Mystic? Speaking of which, the reason why Tianqing's descendants want to control the entire Void Star Heaven is because of Great Emperor Shu Xian's inheritance and his weapon, the mysterious Sky All. Xing He Old Ancestor said. As the actual ruler of Void Star Heaven and one of the peak fighting forces, the secrets that Old Ancestor Xing He knew were far from what Zhen Wuji and the others could compare with. They held high positions and were busy every day for the development of Void Star Heaven. Although Tianqing's descendants had risen from the ashes, everything was under their control. Great Emperor Shu Xian's inheritance. After learning about Great Emperor Shu Xian's deeds from Xing He Old Ancestor, Fang Chen was shocked. An expert more powerful than Xing He Old Ancestor had actually fallen in Void Star Heaven. It was no wonder that Tianqing's descendants were frantically searching for him. If the mysterious Sky All appears, it will definitely attract the entire Void Star Heaven. Even Moshe Shen and the other surrounding forces will be involved. Xing He Old Ancestor said, so, after our discussion, we decided to send several heavenly gods to sneak into the secret base of Tianqing's descendants and secretly assassinate the powerhouses of Tianqing's descendants. You want me to go? Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. He had just broken through to the heaven-opening realm. His combat strength was comparable to an earth-opening realm martial artist at best. Wouldn't he be courting death if he went? That's right, you are one of the chosen martial artists. Xing He Old Ancestor said, originally, you were not in our plan, but after the battle at the Divine Sword Sect, we unanimously decided to choose you as one of the candidates. Why is that? Fang Chen was very puzzled. Although the Black Demon Cult Master of Tianqing's descendants had fallen, the Patriarch was still there. There were even some Ultimate Saint Realm powerhouses. With his strength, once he was discovered, only death would await him. Listen to me first, Xing He Old Ancestor said, the current situation of Tianqing's descendants is not as simple as you think. The Black Demon Cult Master has fallen, and the Red Demon Cult Master is in the Demon City. Once you enter the secret base, I will join forces with several other powerhouses to launch a fierce attack on the Patriarch of Tianqing's descendants. Although we can't kill him in a short time, it shouldn't be a problem to trap him for at least 100 years. If we send Ultimate Saint Realm powerhouses to sneak in, the possibility of being discovered is very high. So, the targets we chose this time are basically all heaven-opening realm martial artists, and they are all the most outstanding geniuses of various forces, Xing He Old Ancestor said. There were two reasons for this. First, it was easy for heaven-opening realm martial artists to disguise themselves. This way, it would be easier to sneak into the secret base of Tianqing's descendants. Second, it was because they chose the most outstanding geniuses with great talent. Heaven-opening realm martial artists were comparable to earth-opening realm martial artists. In the secret base of Tianqing's descendants, they would carry out assassination missions while improving their strength. If they could come back alive, their names would definitely shake the Void Star Heaven. Hearing this, Fang Chen took a deep breath and nodded. Fang Chen, I chose you because I have high hopes for you. I have seen your space-time cultivation system. It is very profound, and it is very suitable for the secret base of Tianqing's descendants, Xing He Old Ancestor said. Moreover, there are a lot of resources in the secret base of Tianqing's descendants. This is also an opportunity for you. With the Azura Sword Dao, the Qiu family would not allow such a sword cultivator to exist. Entering the secret base, in addition to carrying out missions, could also avoid certain risks. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Think about it carefully, Xing He Old Ancestor said. At the same time, he looked at Fang Shi and said, you have the myriad fusion body, and your potential is unparalleled. It is just that you have not been able to stimulate it. During this time, you will stay in Xinghe Palace. I will personally guide you. Many thanks, old ancestor. Fang Shi cupped his fists, very excited. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed on Xinghe Peak. During this time, Fang Chen had been thinking about his future path. Just as Xinghe old ancestor said, his martial path had reached a bottleneck, and he urgently needed a place to fight bloody battles to temper himself. And the secret base of Tian Qing's descendants was the best choice. Moreover, Xinghe old ancestor also promised that as long as he came out of the secret base alive, he would give him the continuation of the demonic dragon body refining technique. The demonic dragon body refining technique was created by senior brother Han Yuan, the saint of draconic demon. It had a total of 9 levels, and Fang Chen had only obtained the first 3. According to Xinghe old ancestor, if he could cultivate the demonic dragon body refining technique to perfection, his physical strength would be unimaginably powerful. One punch could shatter the sky, and one kick could break the mountains. After thinking for a long time and weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chen chose to agree to Xinghe old ancestor's request. Old ancestor, how many of us will enter the secret base this time? Fang Chen asked. A total of 10 people, but even if we meet in the secret base, we can't recognize each other, Xinghe old ancestor said. While speaking, the old ancestor took out a jade pendant from his arms and handed it to Fang Chen, saying, "This jade pendant was refined by me. At the critical moment, it can withstand the full blow of a Saint Realm expert. It may be useful to you. Many thanks, old ancestor." Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Chapter 2293. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. 1 second remember, wonderful novels to read at any time. Moshation, Qiu family. The huge Moshation was completely occupied by the Qiu family, and they were the absolute overlord here. The Qiu family had many branches, and the branch that Qiu Longtan belonged to was called the Spirit Void branch. The reason why it was called this was because the most outstanding genius in the history of this branch was also the ancestor of this branch. He was called Supremacy Spirit Void. Unfortunately, he fell because of an intense battle with the Azura Sword Dao. The Spirit Void branch had always been proud of Supremacy Spirit Void. However, for countless years, ever since the fall of Supremacy Spirit Void, this branch had never produced a decent expert. This also led to the gradual marginalization of the Spirit Void branch from its important position in the Qiu family. Now, the Spirit Void branch was even sent to the border area, leaving the political center of the Qiu family. This also meant that the Qiu family had actually given up on the Spirit Void branch. However, Qiu Longtan's appearance seemed to have given the Spirit Void branch some hope. However, Qiu Longtan did not disappoint them. Soon, he broke through to the earth-splitting realm with his extraordinary talent and even received the recognition of the headquarters. They even promised that he could enter the headquarters to cultivate. This made the entire Spirit Void branch ecstatic. However, today, in the territory of the Spirit Void branch, a certain luxurious mansion was lifeless. Almost all the upper echelons of the Spirit Void branch had gathered together. Their faces were gloomy as if something very important had happened. Family head, what exactly happened? Why did you summon us here so urgently? An elder asked in confusion. Yes, what could be more important than Longtan joining the headquarters? Several elders looked at each other, all trying to guess the purpose of the family head's urgent summons. Sitting at the head of the table was a middle-aged man in brocade robes. He looked around and then said in a deep voice, "Longtan is dead." What? As soon as these words came out, many elders were dumbfounded, and they cried out involuntarily. Family head, what exactly happened? Under the gaze of many elders, the family head continued, "Not long ago, Longtan's life slip shattered. At that time, I also did not dare to believe it, so I immediately investigated Longtan's whereabouts. In the end, I found that Longtan was indeed dead, and he was killed by an Azura Sword Dao martial artist." What? Azura Sword Dao? The Azura Sword Dao hidden in Mo Shotien? The patriarch shook his head and told the elders what had happened. Immediately, the entire meeting hall was filled with angry roars. Long Tan is the hope of our spirit void sect. That damned Wuji sword sect dared to kill Long Tan. They are courting death. That's right, especially that Azura sword Dao warrior. He must die. The Chiu family cannot be humiliated. Even if our spirit void branch has declined, it is not something that the small Wuji sword sect can compare to. Go to Void Star Sky immediately and destroy the limitless sword sect. Many elders were enraged, and they all declared that they would attack Void Star Heaven. However, the patriarch waved his hand to stop him. Behind Shu Xingtian is a powerhouse like the Galaxy Ancestor. If the headquarters is willing to help, there will naturally be no problem. However, Dragon Pool was probably not enough for headquarters to shed all pretense of cordiality with Shu Xingtian. Therefore, we can only take revenge for Dragon Pool ourselves. Then what are we waiting for? With the strength of our spirit void branch, destroying the Wuji sword sect is a matter of minutes, an elder said loudly. Yes, we must take revenge for Dragon Pool. He destroyed the hope of our spirit void branch. We must take revenge. The patriarch waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Our spirit void branch naturally does not fear the Wuji sword sect, but if we rashly go there, we will definitely attract the attention of the Galaxy Ancestor and other powerhouses. If they secretly take action, we will not be able to take revenge. Then what should we do? A cold light shot out of the patriarch's pitch-black eyes. Naturally, we will use their strength to fight them. Void Star Sky, a small town at the border of Dongxian Heaven. On this day, many martial artists of the younger generation appeared. Most of these young cultivators were sword cultivators, and almost all of them were heaven-opening realm cultivators. Heaven-opening realm cultivators were already considered powerhouses in Dongxian Heaven. How can we cultivate in such a godforsaken place? A cultivator in black said. Void Star Sky itself is a barbarian land. Our goal this time is to secretly kill the disciples of the Wuji sword sect. After completing the mission, we will naturally leave. Chiu Longtan, that idiot, actually died in such a desolate place. I heard that the root of this matter seems to be that idiot Chiu Longying. He came out to train and saw a beauty and became lustful. Who knew that there was a Shura sword Dao cultivator behind the latter who killed him? Before he died, he sent the news to Chiu Longyu. If Chiu Longyu did not want to take all the credit, why would he die here? Chiu Longtan would not be furious and come to take revenge for his younger brother. These disciples were all outstanding disciples of the Spirit Void branch. They hated Chiu Longying and Chiu Longyu from the bottom of their hearts. These two idiots had killed Chiu Longtan, who was the hope of the Spirit Void branch. What's the use of saying all this now? Let's move quickly. In a small town at the border, the disciples of the Spirit Void branch suddenly descended. Kill them. They disguised their auras and started killing the disciples in the town. Poochie. With their strength, the martial artists in the town could not resist at all. In the blink of an eye, the town was filled with blood and corpses were piled up like mountains. When they retreated, they disguised this place as the crime scene of Tianqing's remnant tribe. A few days later, an elder of the Wuji sword sect who was sent out discovered the situation here. What's going on? Soon, the elder checked and was shocked to find that there were more than 35,000 people in the town. Most of them were ordinary martial artists, but none of them were alive. They were all dead. Too cruel. After checking the scene, he concluded that Tianqing's remnant tribe had done this to take revenge on the Wuji sword sect. Report it immediately. At the same time, in the Wuji sword sect, Gen Wuji received a lot of similar news. They were all cities at the border and were far from the Wuji sword sect. Reinforcements could not arrive in time. Tianqing's remnant tribe can't hold back anymore. Gen Wuji muttered to himself. Behind him, the sword master walked over quickly. Sect leader, there are already 15 towns that have been massacred. The sword master said expressionlessly, please send a Saint Realm elder to suppress Tianqing's remnant tribe. Gen Wuji shook his head. Tianqing's remnant tribe was openly massacring the cities of the Wuji sword sect. What was the meaning of this? Sect leader, Are you just going to watch Tianqing's remnant tribe commit such atrocities in our Wuji sword sect's territory? Aren't you afraid that it will disappoint the martial artists? The swordmaster's eyes were red and he was furious. His voice was hoarse. Jian Wuji turned around and patted the swordmaster's shoulder. This matter isn't as simple as you think. Don't act rashly. Let's get to the bottom of this first. Right, is Fang Chen back yet? Jian Wuji suddenly asked. Not yet, the swordmaster said. Just at this moment, Jian Wuji's body shook and his communication jade pendant rang. When he heard the contents of the jade pendant, a cold killing intent appeared on his face. Swordmaster, I appoint you as the commander-in-chief of this operation. If you encounter anyone from Tianqing's remnant tribe, kill them without mercy. Jian Wuji said. The sect leader suddenly changed his mind, causing the swordmaster to be stunned for a moment. However, he was soon overjoyed. Sect leader, don't worry. I will definitely slaughter all those bastards. Soon, the swordmaster led the army and left. On this day, the entire Void Star heaven was shaken. All the sects of the four mysterious heavens sect were frantically sending troops to attack Tianqing's remnant tribe. However, all of this was just to cover for Fang Chen and the others to successfully sneak into the secret base of Tianqing's remnant tribe. At the peak of the Wuji Sword Mountain, on a stone pillar, Jian Wuji and Ancestor Xinghe looked at each other. Ancestor, is this safe? Jian Wuji asked, isn't it a little too hasty? Ancestor Xinghe shook his head and said, I made this decision after careful consideration. After my comprehensive analysis, I think Fang Chen might be able to complete the mission. Jian Wuji nodded and didn't say anything else. Since the ancestor had made a decision, it couldn't be changed. He only hoped that Fang Chen could return alive. Even more. Lost. Can't write. Author's notice, please use the novel app to read. It's free. The web version affects the reading experience. Install the novel app. Chapter 2294. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Tianqing's descendants were able to contend with Shu Xing heaven for countless years. Even Xinghe ancestor couldn't help but sigh. A long time ago, all the powerhouses of Shu Xing heaven joined forces to destroy Tianqing's descendants. However, they still underestimated the resilience of Tianqing's descendants. After tens of thousands of years, they rose from the ashes and made a comeback. However, tens of thousands of years later was obviously not what they had imagined. Tianqing's descendants, who had originally vowed and made ample preparations, were shocked to discover that the humans of Shu Xing heaven were also constantly improving over the countless years. This also caused their previous plans to almost all end in failure. In the end, they had no choice but to join forces with the Divine Blade sect. However, who would have thought that Xinghe ancestor and the others would appear and directly destroy the Divine Blade sect? After the destruction of the Divine Blade sect, the biggest beneficiary was the Wuji Sword sect. They quickly occupied the Divine Blade sect's territory and became the #1 sect in Dongxian heaven. As for the Divine Phoenix sect, they took the initiative to withdraw from the competition. Fang Chen's name resounded throughout Dongxian heaven. Tianqing's descendants were very cunning and their void concealment ability was also very strong. They had a special method that could avoid the gentlemanly exploration of human cultivators, which also greatly increased the human cultivators' search for them. On a wasteland, several Tianqing's descendants were being hunted down by human cultivators. Pucci, the human cultivator in the lead, was an earth-splitting realm powerhouse. He was so strong that he almost crushed the Tianqing's descendants. Damn it! The few remaining Tianqing's descendants had scarlet eyes and roared angrily. Young Master Ju, you go first. One of the black-robed cultivators roared and used his physical body to block the human cultivator's attack. Crash! Fang Chen suddenly appeared in the void not far away. At this moment, Fang Chen was shrouded in an evil aura. If one observed carefully, they would be shocked to discover that his aura was exactly the same as Tianqing's descendants. Of course, this was Xinghe ancestor's method. He had led the many powerhouses of Void Star Heaven to contend against Tianqing's remnant race for so many years. Naturally, He had some results from his research. Given the means of the galaxy ancestor, no one would be able to discover Fang Chen's fake identity unless they met the patriarch of the Tianqing remnant tribe. Alright, success or failure depends on this. Patriarch Xing River's ethereal voice rang out in the void. Fang Chen nodded. His eyes were filled with determination. His figure flashed and appeared on the battlefield. Bang! He abruptly threw out a punch, instantly blocking the attack of the earth-splitting realm human cultivator, and a deafening boom rang out. Tianqing's descendants. The human clan cultivator was stunned for a moment. After he steadied himself, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Master Ju, are you all right? Fang Chen didn't turn his head. He stared at the human warrior and asked in a deep voice. I'm fine. Did the clan send you here? Tianqing's descendant, who was known as the Absolute Young Master, asked excitedly. I was on a mission and passed by here. I happened to see Absolute Young Master being besieged by the human clan, Fang Chen said. Another Tianqing's descendant. Kill them for me. The earth-splitting realm human cultivator shouted in a low voice. Immediately, he began a crazy slaughter of the Tianqing's descendants. Master Ju, you go first. Seeing this, the other Tianqing's descendants hurriedly shouted. However, it was too late. The attack of the earth-splitting realm human cultivator had already enveloped Absolute Young Master. Crack. However, Fang Chen's figure appeared again and easily rescued Absolute Young Master from danger. Master Ju, I'll block them. You go first. After saying that, Fang Chen held a scarlet saber in his hand and activated all his strength to kill the human clan cultivator. I'm sorry. Fang Chen said silently in his heart. In order to successfully sneak into the Tianqing's descendants, he could only kill these people. Puff. Although he was holding a battle axe, he still performed the traceless sword art. It was just that it was not conspicuous. Wherever the battle axe passed, a human cultivator's head was immediately split open. How is this possible? Seeing this, the earth-splitting realm human cultivator widened his eyes, and a trace of horror appeared in his heart. Let's go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several human cultivators were frightened by Fang Chen's powerful attack and quickly fled. Fang Chen did not chase after them. Instead, he turned around and walked toward Absolute Young Master. Why don't you chase? Absolute Young Master frowned and asked. Absolute Young Master, don't chase a cornered enemy. Moreover, this is the territory of the human clan. We have been exposed. It's better to leave this place quickly, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Absolute Young Master nodded. Let's go. After this battle, Absolute Young Master no longer doubted Fang Chen. Their group quickly disappeared from the wasteland. After Fang Chen left, Ancestor Xing He suddenly appeared. There was a trace of joy in his eyes. We can act now. Immediately, he sent a message to the other experts. On this day, a shocking news once again spread throughout the entire Void Star Heaven. Several peak experts led by Ancestor Xing He and the patriarch of the Tianqing remnant clan were engaged in a fierce battle. Neither side could do anything to the other. This battle lasted for an unknown amount of time. In the end, it ended with the patriarch of the Tianqing remnant clan fleeing with serious injuries. For a time, the flames of war spread throughout the Void Star Heaven. Every corner was filled with the smoke of gunpowder. However, Fang Chen had already followed Absolute Young Master to the headquarters of the Tianqing remnant clan. It seems that Absolute Young Master's status in the Tianqing remnant clan is not low, Fang Chen said to himself. Ancestor Xing He had told him that unless it was the patriarch of the Tianqing remnant clan, no one would be able to discover him. Void Star Heaven, on a certain ice field. Has the Tianqing remnant clan been hiding here all this time? When they came to a certain barren ice field in eastern profound heaven, Fang Chen was a little stunned. This ice field was called the Desolate Frost Ice Field. It was frozen all year round and almost no cultivators would come here. He also didn't expect that the Tianqing remnant clan would be hiding in such a harsh environment. After hurriedly entering the Desolate Frost Ice Field, Absolute Young Master waved his hand and a complicated mark escaped from his head. It merged together in the sky and erupted with a dazzling light. Immediately, a A ray of light pierced through the void and enveloped them. The next moment, Fang Chen disappeared. As soon as he entered the secret base of the Tianqing remnant clan, Absolute Young Master heard a piece of news. His body trembled slightly and he immediately said, "Go back to your residence first." After saying that, he turned around and left. Fang Chen followed the group without batting an eyelid and arrived at a residence. "Brother, how should I address you?" a thin cultivator asked. "Sanguinati," Fang Chen said. This was the alias he used when he first came to the outer universe from the ancient Sword Continent. "Brother Shui, something seems to have happened in the clan. Don't go out for the time being," the thin cultivator said in a deep voice. "I know." After talking with them for a while, Fang Chen returned to his residence. After a few days of inquiring, he finally learned some things about the secret base of the Tianqing remnant clan. The Tianqing remnant clan's patriarch personally opened up the Tianqing remnant clan space. This space fully used the powerful space rules, so it was difficult to be discovered by human cultivators. In addition, the Tianqing remnant clan's innate talent in space was extremely well hidden. Almost all the clansmen of the Tianqing remnant clan lived in the Tianqing remnant clan space, which was no different from the human race outside. However, every once in a while, there would be a mission to go out and kill human cultivators. However, just a few days ago, the Tianqing remnant clan's patriarch returned with serious injuries and went into seclusion. He ordered that during this period, the Tianqing remnant clan space was completely sealed and no clansmen were allowed to go out. This also caused the clansmen to be in a state of panic, thinking that something big was about to happen. If I want to secretly kill the clansmen of the Tianqing remnant clan, I can only start from the competition. Fang Chen secretly thought. The Tianqing remnant clan was belligerent. There would often be battles between each mansion. This kind of battle would have casualties. This was his excellent opportunity. Moreover, if he could be at the top of the fighting list, he could also get some rewards. The old ancestor asked me to pay more attention to the secrets of the Tianqing remnant clan. If I can get some, I can analyze the combat skills of the Tianqing remnant clan from it, including the divine techniques and so on. Then, I can destroy the Tianqing remnant clan from the inside. Fang Chen secretly said. Just as he was thinking, Lan Yong suddenly came to him. "Brother Shui." Lan Yong was the thin man who met Fang Chen that day. He was also a warrior under Zhu Shaojie. Chapter 2295. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? I'll provide you with wonderful novels to read. Tianqing's descendants had many clansmen, so who would investigate a person's background? Moreover, Fang Chen was so strong, and he obviously had the aura of Tianqing's descendants, so no one doubted him at all. Lan Yong had a good relationship with Fang Chen, and they had been close recently. Fang Chen also learned a lot of secrets about Tianqing's descendants from him. "Blood brother, aren't you going to take a look?" Lan Yong came to Fang Chen's courtyard with a smile. "What's there to see?" Fang Chen asked in confusion. "Blood brother, you can't bury yourself in cultivation like this. You have to strike a balance between work and rest." Lan Yong said, "Today's duel between the Demon Dragon Mansion and the United Heart Mansion is very exciting. It's said that the two mansion masters are going to fight." With that, Lan Yong pulled Fang Chen to the square. There was a sea of people in the square, and countless clansmen were cheering. Bang! With a loud bang, a burly man on the martial arts stage sent his opponent flying with a punch. His face was full of confidence. "Too weak." Lan Yong introduced him to Fang Chen in a low voice. "Blood brother, this burly man is the strongest in the heaven-opening realm of the Demon Dragon Mansion. His name is Mo Kai, and he specializes in physical strength." Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded lightly. Mo Kai's physical strength was indeed extraordinary, but it was still a little inferior to his myriad sword body. He could feel that the myriad sword body that was stuck at a bottleneck seemed to be loosening a little. If he could find an opportunity, it would be easy for him to step into the 5th level. "Is there no one else in the United Heart Mansion?" Mo Kai stood on the martial arts stage, exuding an evil aura, and his face was full of disdain. "Anyone in the heaven-opening realm can challenge me." Mo Kai's aura was very strong, and he didn't take the United Heart Mansion seriously at all. The duel between the two mansions was divided into 3 levels. The first level was the duel between the Heaven-opening realm martial artists, the second level was the duel between the Earth-opening realm martial artists, and the third level was the duel between the Saint realm martial artists. Love Go Little Say W. Chumo Kai waited for a long time and gave up on the United Heart residents. Reverend He Shin, does this count as our Demon Dragon Mansion's victory? Reverend Mo Long grinned. The latter nodded with a gloomy expression. If they agreed to a bet, they had to accept their loss. Furthermore, with Mo Kai's strength, he was unrivaled in the Heaven-opening realm. No matter how many clansmen they sent, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Next match. Reverend He Shin said in a deep voice. Following which, an Earth-opening realm cultivator from each side stepped onto the stage. The battle between the two was extremely intense. About an hour later, the Earth-opening realm cultivator from the United Heart Palace gained a slight advantage. What's there to be proud of after winning one match? Immortal Mo Long sneered and walked onto the martial arts stage. The battle between the two absolute saints would determine the outcome of the battle between the two manners. Boom. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The terrifying light emitted from the two of them made Fang Chen feel somewhat stifled. As expected of a Saint realm expert, Fang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. When he was in the Demon City, he could rely on the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth and the help of the Yin Tomb Spring to kill an absolute saint. However, in the outside world, he had no chance of winning against an absolute saint. His targets were Heaven-opening realm martial artists and Earth-opening realm martial artists. Boom! A deafening sound resounded in the sky. Following which, the two figures quickly retreated. When the two of them stabilized themselves, Reverend Mo Long laughed loudly while Reverend He Shin's face was gloomy. Swoosh! Reverend He Shin took out a token and handed it to Reverend Mo Long. I'll take back the United Heart Spring in a month. After saying that, Reverend He Shin turned and left. The crowd exclaimed. Reverend Mo Long's strength was too strong. He actually suppressed Reverend He Shin. Is the Demon Dragon Mansion strong? Fang Chen asked in a low voice. Brother Blood, there's something you don't know. There's a treasure in the Demon Dragon Mansion that can speed up the cultivation of martial artists. Otherwise, the Demon Dragon Mansion wouldn't be so strong. Lan Yong said in a low voice. The bet between the Demon Dragon Mansion and the United Heart Mansion is probably because of the Demonic Dragon Divine Plate. Demonic Dragon Divine Plate? Fang Chen muttered softly. However, at this moment, Reverend Mo Long's eyes suddenly fell on Ju Shao. Lan Ju, is your father still a coward? Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on Lan Ju. Lan Ju was Ju Shao. He was the son of the mansion lord of the Jueshu Mansion. My father is in seclusion. Although Lan Ju was furious, he didn't dare to go against Reverend Mo Long. Reverend Mo Long's eyes had a hint of mockery. I want the Jueshu jade pendant of the Jueshu Mansion. Your father has been in seclusion and I don't know when he'll come out. I can't wait. Why don't you take your father's place and fight with the Demon Dragon Mansion? Hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Reverend Mo Long was taking advantage of the situation. The Jueshu jade pendant of the Jueshu Mansion was rare and very unique. Even Lan Ju couldn't use it often. It was very precious. Hearing this, Lan Ju's face changed greatly. He didn't dare to make a decision. What do you think? You don't dare to accept. I won't make a move. The bet between our two manners only requires 2 levels. If both sides are tied, it'll be the winner. What do you think? In order to get the Jueshu jade pendant, Reverend Mo Long was really willing to do anything. Hearing this, Lan Ju hesitated. The overall strength of the Demon Dragon Mansion was much stronger than that of the Jueshu Mansion. He didn't dare to make a rash decision. Just as he was hesitating, Fang Chen suddenly walked behind Lan Ju and whispered a few words in his ear. Suddenly, Lan Ju's body trembled. He looked at Fang Chen with his eyes wide open and asked hurriedly, Are you serious? Fang Chen nodded heavily. A strange smile appeared on Lan Ju's face. Since Reverend Mo Long wants to bet, then the Jueshu Mansion will accompany you to the end. I think everyone can be my witnesses. I hope that after the Demon Dragon Mansion loses, Reverend Mo Long will fulfill your promise. Lan Ju said. Mph, isn't it just the demonic dragon divine disc? If you win, I'll let you use it for 2 months. Mo Long sneered. With a powerhouse like Mo Kai in the Genesis realm, it was almost guaranteed. As for the Earthbreaker realm, there was also Mo Xiong. Jueshu Mansion had no chance of winning. Mo Xiong. Immortal Mo Long shouted, and an even more burly man walked up to the martial arts stage. He was the infamous Mo Xiong, one of the best in the Earthbreaker realm. Boom. The Earthbreaker realm powerhouse of the Jueshu Mansion and Mo Xiong fought in a melee. The more he watched, the more Lan Ju frowned. How is this possible? Mo Xiong's strength was beyond their imagination. Now, Mo Xiong was suppressing the Earthbreaker realm powerhouse of the Jueshu Mansion. Everyone could see that it wouldn't be long before Mo Xiong won. Bang! After a while, a loud sound rang out. Mo Xiong defeated his opponent. You let me win. Mo Xiong saluted Lan Ju respectfully. For the time being, Demon Dragon Hall has won the first round. Mo Long smiled. However, the second round will be ours as well. Lan Ju, why don't you obediently hand over the Jueshu Jade? I can ask Mo Kai to go easy on you, and let Jueshu Mansion lose with dignity. Lan Ju was furious at Mo Long's words. Are you sure? At this point, Lan Ju could only rely on Fang Chen as his last hope. Don't worry, Master Ju. I fear no one in the Genesis realm. Fang Chen's voice was soft, but everyone present was a primal chaos god. When they heard his arrogant words, they all sneered. Who is this kid? So arrogant. He dares to look down on Mo Kai. Is he looking to die? Why would Lan Ju send a kid who's still wet behind the ears to fight? In the square, the sounds of discussion rose and fell without end. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Chen stepped onto the stage. Kid, you're too weak. Mo Kai's voice was thick. However, to everyone's surprise, Fang Chen turned to look at Lan Ju. Master Ju, if I were to accidentally kill this big guy in the middle of the fight, would I be punished? The entire square was in an uproar. Countless clansmen stared wide-eyed at Fang Chen. They thought he'd gone mad. How dare he threaten to kill Mo Kai? For a moment, he didn't know what to say. If you can really kill Mo Kai, then he's not as good as you. Demon Dragon Hall won't bother you. Mo Long frowned, his heart filled with anger. A Genesis realm kid dared to look down on Mo Kai. If that's the case, then there's no problem. Fang Chen nodded and said seriously. Chapter 2296. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen's arrogance ignited the anger of the Demon Dragon Mansion's people. The Demon Dragon Mansion's warriors glared at Fang Chen, wishing they could tear him apart. You want to kill me? Even Mo Kai found it too comical. A brat, still wet behind the ears, dared to threaten to kill him? A sinister smile spread across Mo Kai's face. He pointed a finger at himself. You're just an early heavens opening realm cultivator, and you want to kill me? Mo Kai's face was full of disdain, as though he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Fang Chen nodded seriously. That depends on whether you cooperate or not. Fang Chen's meaning was clear. If he didn't admit defeat, he wouldn't be able to hold back. He'd kill him when the time came. Anyway, Mo Long had already said that even if he killed Mo Kai could only blame himself for being inferior. Ha ha ha, Lan Ju, is there no one else in Jueshu Manor? Mo Kai laughed loudly and mocked, sending such an arrogant piece of trash to challenge me. Mo Kai? I think it's best if you obediently hand over the Jueshu Jade. Otherwise, I'll make my move and this kid will die. When the time comes, not only will you lose a cultivator, but you'll also lose the Jueshu Jade to Demon Dragon Mansion. Hearing this, the other cultivators in the square also shook their heads. They also felt that Fang Chen's words were a little too arrogant. This kid isn't calm at all. He's just playing to the gallery. Poor Lan Ju. He's screwed over by this kid. Yeah, Lan Ju is smart. I didn't think he'd send this kid to challenge Mo Kai. Does he really think he can beat him? A series of discussions could be heard among the crowd. Many were complaining about Fang Chen. Even many of the Jueshu Manor's cultivators were dissatisfied with Fang Chen. Lan Ju, however, was calm. He'd made his choice, and he'd unconditionally support Fang Chen. He'd even put his trust in Fang Chen. Moreover, he clearly knew how strong Fang Chen was. Will Blood Brother be all right? Lan Yong's face was filled with anxiety. The other party was Mo Kai. He could not afford to be careless. Lan Ju smiled at him, and Lan Yong finally calmed down. Blood Brother, do your best. Lan Yong shouted. Instantly, many people looked at Lan Yong as if they were looking at an idiot. Lan Ju, you people from Jueshu aren't just arrogant, they're idiots. Mo Kai spat. You talk too much, Fang Chen said calmly. We haven't even fought, and you think I'm not your opponent? Fang Chen shook his head. I've seen many people like you. You may be in the limelight for a while, but in the end you won't go far on the martial path. After saying that, Fang Chen sighed and said, a true powerhouse will never underestimate any enemy. Mo Kai felt humiliated by Fang Chen's words. He glared angrily at Fang Chen. You're right, I'm not underestimating you. I'll treat you seriously. When it came to the word treat, Mo Kai placed a heavy emphasis on it. Bzzz. Suddenly, an extremely violent power surged out of Mo Kai's body. He clenched his fist, and the air around him crumbled. The power gathered in his fist. If this fist landed on a natal cultivator, they'd be seriously injured, if not dead. Everyone understood that Mo Kai was truly angry. He'd used his ultimate move, the space-shattering fist. Brat, I hope you'll be able to remain so calm in a bit. Mo Kai believed that Fang Chen was just pretending to be calm. In front of his overwhelming natal strength, Fang Chen wasn't even worth mentioning. Facing the imposing Mo Kai, everyone thought that Fang Chen would be intimidated. But who would have thought that Fang Chen was still as calm as ever? Your space-shattering fist's aura isn't bad, but it's very weak. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Fang Chen didn't attack. Instead, he commented on Mo Kai's space-shattering fist. Bullshit. Mo Kai rebuked angrily. If my guess is correct, when you cultivated the space-shattering fist, you injured the divine spring. Although you succeeded in the end, when the divine spring transformed into space, it became very unstable. Fang Chen ignored Mo Kai and slowly said, so, even though you seem powerful now, you're actually just scaring people. To put it bluntly, you're just a paper tiger. Your strength is so great that it scares people, but when you really start fighting, you're only SOSO. Fang Chen chuckled. If it were up to me, I would have at least 100 ways to break your space-shattering fist. You. Mo Kai's expression was sinister as he stared at Fang Chen with his scarlet eyes. However, there was a slight ripple in his heart. How did he know? Mo Kai was shocked. The space-shattering fist was their Demon Dragon Hall's ultimate technique. It was impossible for outsiders to learn it. How had he seen through the flaws in his cultivation? Just based on his eyes. Mo Kai thought to himself. If that was really the case, then this brat was truly incredible. Was he really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? It wasn't just Mo Kai. Even perfected Mo Long, who was full of confidence, had a trace of imperceptible shock in his eyes. As the Demon Dragon Hall's fist technique, he was most familiar with the space-shattering fist. What Fang Chen had just said was true. When Mo Kai had cultivated the space-shattering fist, there had been a flaw. Perfected Mo Long had tried to think of a solution, but he hadn't been able to help. Luck. Perfected Mo Long thought to himself, his face expressionless. In the square, Fang Chen continued, with your strength, how dare you claim to be able to sweep the heaven-opening realm? Don't you feel ashamed? Fang Chen's words had thoroughly enraged Mo Kai. The latter roared at the sky and punched out. Crash. Fang Chen's figure flashed and instantly disappeared into the void. Although it was a bit exaggerated to say that there were 100 ways to break the space-shattering fist, there were still a few. Needless to say, just the space-time collapse technique could easily break it. When the space-shattering fist was used, there would be a pause time of 1 second. Ordinary people wouldn't notice this at all, but Fang Chen had made full use of this 1 second. When the space-shattering fist came crashing down, He had already moved behind the space-shattering fist. Boom! The myriad sword body was activated, and a terrifying force attacked, directly hitting the space-shattering fist. Crack! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Mokai's fist radiance shattered, while Fang Chen stood quietly on the martial arts stage. How is this possible? Mokai cried out involuntarily. The many martial artists below were also in an uproar. He actually blocked it. Could it be that what he said was true? Does Mokai's space-shattering fist really have a flaw? Heavens, when did such a monstrous genius appear in Jueshu Mansion? Hearing the crowd's words, Mokai felt very embarrassed. His heart was filled with anger, and he forcefully used the space-shattering fist to the extreme. Rumble. Streaks of terrifying fist radiance enveloped Fang Chen's body. Humph, let's see how you block it. Seeing this, Mokai sneered. However, as soon as his voice fell, a leisurely voice suddenly came from the terrifying fist radiance. I said that there are at least 100 ways to break your space-shattering fist. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the sky suddenly changed color. A huge axe cut through the sky and appeared above Mokai's head in an extremely strange trajectory. No. Mokai was shocked to find that his body was imprisoned, and he couldn't move. He let out a miserable cry and turned his head to look at Perfected Mo Long for help. Stop. Perfected Mo Long said in a low voice. Then, with a flick of his finger, a ray of light shot out. Unfortunately, Fang Chen was already prepared. When the axe chopped down, he had already shattered the terrifying fist radiance and appeared behind Mokai. Bang! Using all the strength in his body, he punched a hole in Mokai's body. Crack! Mokai's eyes widened, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His pupils began to dilate, and his body became extremely weak. Dong! When the ray of light shot by Perfected Mo Long hit the axe, Mokai's body fell limply to the ground. Crash! The entire square was in an uproar. Mokai, the strongest heaven-opening realm expert of Demon Dragon Mansion, died just like that. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Perfected Mo Long's furious voice reached Fang Chen's ears. Demon Dragon Mansion can't afford to lose. Lan Ju's voice sounded. He didn't expect Fang Chen to be able to kill Mokai. Chapter 2297. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After a brief uproar, the square instantly quieted down. Everyone stared at Fang Chen on the martial arts stage with their mouths agape. At the same time, they were also paying attention to the development of the matter. Mokai was a powerhouse that the Demon Dragon House had focused on cultivating. They wondered how Mo Long would deal with it. He killed him on purpose, Mo Long said coldly. Lan Ju took a step forward and came to the martial arts stage. He looked straight at Mo Long and said, "The great demon dragon actually went back on his words. Before the battle, you said in front of everyone that if Mokai died, it would be because he was not skilled enough. However, now that Mokai has been killed by Sanguinati, you forced him to do it with your Saint Realm cultivation." Lan Ju's words caused a commotion in the square. Mo Long, you are unreasonable in this matter. That's right. How can you go back on your words? Moreover, there is a certain safety hazard in the gambling fight. If you were afraid of Mokai dying, you shouldn't have sent him. There were other lords of the other mansions present. Lan Ju was a junior, so Mo Long might not care. However, Mo Long still cared about their words. After all, they were all at the absolute saint stage like him. Mo Long's dark eyes stared at Fang Chen. His heart was filled with anger. Fang Chen spread out his hands and said, "It's normal to have casualties in a battle. If you want revenge, Mo Long, do it." Mo Long's face was gloomy. He looked at Fang Chen for a long time, then turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. Mo Long, don't forget about the demonic dragon divine plate, Lan Ju reminded him. Tumph, Mo Long's cold snort came from afar. After this battle, Fang Chen's name was known in the celestial crystal. The eyes of the clansmen in the various mansions were filled with envy as they looked at him. Brother Lan Ju, congratulations. Haha, Jueshu House actually has such a genius. If he steps into the realm of earth, Won't he be comparable to a Saint Realm powerhouse? Jueshu House is going to rise. On the square, everyone laughed. Sanguinati, it's all thanks to you. Lan Ju clasped his hands in thanks. As a member of Jueshu Manor, this is something I should do. Fang Chen said, I've long disliked that Mo Kai. Killing him this time is very satisfying. Indeed, Mo Kai relied on his own strength to often humiliate heaven-opening realm martial artists. No one dared to voice their anger. Now that they had been killed by Fang Chen, it could be considered retribution. Mph, it's just a trick. Suddenly, a cold voice could be heard from the distance. Everyone turned their heads and saw a black-clothed man holding a long sword quietly standing on a tree in the distance, looking down. "Be our black serpent sword of the startling sword mansion?" Lan Yong exclaimed. He did not expect this guy to come as well. Black serpent sword? Fang Chen asked doubtfully. This black serpent sword is publicly recognized as one of the strongest heaven-opening experts in the heavenly crystal space. He's on par with Mo Kai, who you killed before, Lan Yong introduced. Within the heavenly crystal space, there were 5 heaven-opening experts. Each of them was skilled in a different Dao. Mo Kai was skilled in the Dao of the flesh, while Black Serpent Sword was skilled in the Dao of the sword. Black Serpent Sword, you can't hold back anymore. All of a sudden, another voice sounded. As everyone knows, Black Serpent Sword was Mo Kai's sparring partner. This guy killed Mo Kai, so how could Black Serpent Sword let him go? The way I see it, Black Serpent Sword wants to take first place. When the crowd saw who it was, they saw 3 people standing next to Black Serpent Sword. Among them, the martial artist dressed in blue and surrounded by the aura of Array Dao was Zhu Zhan, one of the 5 powerhouses who specialized in Array Dao. The golden-clothed warrior surrounded by the aura of talismans was Wang Fu, one of the 5 experts who specialized in the talisman arts. As for the man who remained silent all this while, his Po Feng, the one who seems to have the potential to reach the earth-shattering realm. Even though Mo Kai's cultivation isn't on par with ours, his physical body is still quite powerful. The one who spoke was Zhu Zhan. He looked at Fang Chen with a smile and said, even the 4 of us would not dare to fight Mo Kai head-on. This guy was able to suppress Mo Kai with his physical strength and kill him. That's not bad. Mph, it's just a trick. He should have come into contact with the space-shattering fist. Otherwise, he would not have been able to discover the flaw in Mo Kai's cultivation, let alone kill him, Black Serpent Sword said coldly. He looked down on Fang Chen from the bottom of his heart. An early-stage heaven-opening cultivator had only been lucky enough to kill that idiot Mo Kai. Black Serpent Sword, if you're tempted, you can challenge him directly, Wang Fu said with a smile. Po Feng remained silent, staring at Fang Chen. Sweeping his gaze over the 4 people, Fang Chen's gaze paused on Po Feng for a moment. Echem. A slight ripple appeared in Fang Chen's heart. On the surface, Po Feng seemed to be a man of few words, but in reality, Fang Chen could sense that he was the strongest among them. Brother Lan Yong, do you know anything about this Po Feng? Fang Chen asked in a low voice. Lan Yong shook his head. Po Feng was too mysterious and never fought. However, the other 4 all viewed him as an expert of the same level. Black Serpent Sword leapt onto the martial arts stage and looked at Fang Chen mockingly. Mo Kai was my sparring partner. You killed him, so what do you think I should do? What a joke. Your strength is at most on par with Mo Kai's, and you still claim that Mo Kai was your sparring partner. Aren't you ashamed to say such things? Fang Chen sneered, not giving Black Serpent Sword any face. Or are you saying that the 5 of you don't live up to your reputation? Fang Chen shook his head, deliberately provoking Black Serpent Sword. As expected, Black Serpent Sword was enraged. He suddenly pulled out the huge black sword on his back and pointed it at Fang Chen. Kid, do you know the consequences of angering me? You're very naive. After speaking, Fang Chen turned to look at Lan Ju. Master Ju, do you know what position I'll occupy on the battle list if I kill all 5 of you? Whoosh. The square was in an uproar. Many cultivators stared at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. Even Lan Ju was a little dazed. Was he crazy? He dared to directly challenge the 4 great experts. As expected, Even Zhu Zhan and Wang Fu were a little angry. Only Po Feng remained silent. The four of you are not even worth mentioning in my eyes. Fang Chen said, you, Black Serpent Sword, specialize in the way of the sword. But you should know that you've already gone astray. Black Serpent Sword was about to refute, but Fang Chen stopped him. In the process of comprehending the way of the sword, you're eager for instant success. In order to improve your way of the sword, you're willing to do anything. As a result, your way of the sword is very weak. Any swordsman who knows a little about the way of the sword can easily break your way of the sword. Fang Chen shook his head and said disdainfully, a person like you dares to call yourself Black Serpent Sword. I feel ashamed for you. Black Serpent Sword's face darkened. He held the huge black sword in his hand, and the sword chi around him vibrated. You don't have to glare at me. Am I wrong? If you don't believe me, take a deep breath now, and then force the sword chi in your body into your mind. Then use the power of origin to guide it. See if your glabella hurts. Fang Chen spread his hands. Nonsense. You don't know anything about the way of the sword, Black Serpent Sword said coldly. Although he said that, he still did as Fang Chen said without batting an eyelid. He easily forced the sword chi in his body into his mind, and then used the power of origin to guide it. He's lying. He doesn't know anything about the way of the sword. Seeing that the power of origin was about to guide the sword chi out, Black Serpent Sword sneered in his heart. He was even more certain of his thoughts. Fang Chen was a guy who was just making up the numbers. However, at this moment, Black Serpent Sword's body suddenly trembled. Then, he felt an intense pain coming from his glabella. Fortunately, he adjusted in time. Otherwise, others would definitely see some clues. Black Serpent Sword, what are you waiting for? He's already lectured you. Can you bear it? Zhu Zhan said. Aren't you known as the strongest sword cultivator of the Tianqing clan? It's time to test your strength, Wang Fu said. Po Feng opened his mouth, looking like he wanted to say something but stopped. He originally had doubts, but after hearing Zhu Zhan and Wang Fu's words, the doubts in his heart were immediately dispelled. What can a pain in my glabella mean? During this period of time, I've been cultivating the way of the sword day and night. Maybe it's an illusion caused by the pressure on my head. Black Serpent Sword comforted himself. What? After secretly trying it out, it matches what I said. Are you hesitating? Fang Chen exposed him on the spot. Chapter 2298. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Seeing Black Serpent Sword's expression, Zhu Zhan and Wang Fu were stunned. Black Serpent Sword, this kid isn't right, is he? Zhu Zhan asked. Could it be that this kid also has some understanding of the way of the sword? Wang Fu thought. Black Serpent Sword's heart quickly recovered after a short fluctuation. HMPH, a sharp-tongued guy. You want to use this to mess with my mind, how laughable. Black Serpent Sword sneered. He raised his arm and pointed his black great sword at Fang Chen. You say I don't understand the way of the sword, then I'll let you see what the true way of the sword is. Black Serpent Sword was about to attack, but was stopped by Fang Chen. The four of you should attack together. Fang Chen curled his lips. I want to get on the battle list as soon as possible. I don't want to waste time. After saying this, Fang Chen added another sentence. This sentence immediately angered all four. Even the silent Po Feng frowned slightly, expressing his dissatisfaction with Fang Chen. I alone am enough to deal with you, Black Serpent Sword said. Fang Chen shook his head. I don't accept your challenge. If you want me to attack, then the four of you can attack together. Lan Zhu wanted to dissuade him, but seeing Fang Chen's determination, he didn't say anything. Tianqing's descendants were very warlike. Although they were of the same race, life and death battles were common. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to understand why Fang Chen wanted to kill them. Obviously, if he killed the 5 of them, not only would he become famous, but he would also get on the battle list and obtain cultivation resources. Why not? You really want the 4 of us to attack together? Po Feng, who had been silent, spoke. As soon as he spoke, Zhu Zhan and the others' faces were full of gloating. They looked like they were dead meat. Fang Chen nodded and looked at Pufeng. Of the four of you, only you can give me a sense of pressure, but it's just pressure. All right, I accept your challenge, said Pufeng in a deep voice. Fang Chen shook his finger and corrected him, not you, but the four of you. The people in the square who were about to leave returned once again. They were also stunned by Fang Chen's arrogant words. When the four of them joined forces, Mo Kai was no match for them. Will Blood Brother be all right? Lan Yong asked anxiously. Brother Shui isn't a reckless man, Lan Ju said. Maybe he really has a chance. In fact, Fang Chen had asked Lan Ju about the situation before he'd challenged them. If he killed all four of them, would there be trouble? Lan Ju's response reassured him. Let's cut the crap and attack. The Black Serpent Sword said in a low voice. His figure flashed, and his body seemed to merge into the huge black sword. Voila! Zhu Zhen opened his palm, and a violent heaven-splitting formation appeared. Meanwhile, Wang Fu's hands were constantly performing hand seals, condensing one powerful talisman after another. Pufeng was the only one who didn't move. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the arena. It had been a long time since they'd seen such a heated battle. Fang Chen stood there quietly, dealing with all changes by remaining unchanged. He looked at the heaven-splitting formation that surrounded him and grinned. Yi Tianyun smiled and said, "This formation is really simple and crude." At this moment, Fang Chen recalled something that the Celestial River ancestor had said to him. The Tianqing clan's understanding of the Tao was extremely weak. Their strength was made up for by their cultivation. At first Fang Chen didn't quite believe it, but after killing Mo Kai and fighting the four powerhouses, he was convinced. A peak heaven-splitting array master, an expert in the Tao of formations, had set up such a flawed formation. What a disgrace! He looked up at the talismans in the sky. He shook his head and sneered. Although his skill as a talisman master wasn't as good as the Tao of formations, he was still proficient. He saw the flaws in the talismans at a glance. Of the four, he couldn't see through Pufeng. The latter didn't move, only stared at Fang Chen. Kill. The first to charge was the Black Serpent Sword. He held a huge black sword and used a killing move, wanting to cut off Fang Chen's head in one fell swoop. At the same time, the talisman in the sky exploded, and a terrifying power engulfed Fang Chen's body. Zhu Zhen was far away, controlling the formation to imprison Fang Chen's body. No matter who it was, this was a situation of certain death. However, there was no worry on Fang Chen's face. When the Black Serpent Sword's huge black sword was about to touch his body, he suddenly raised his hand and lightly tapped it. Crack! A crack appeared in the heaven-splitting formation, and the imprisoned power disappeared. Fang Chen's figure also disappeared. Immediately after, Fang Chen suddenly punched into the majestic power of the talisman, skillfully destroying the internal operation of the talisman. Crash! The talismans in the sky lost control and turned into nothingness. How is this possible? Wang Fu and Zhu Zhen cried out at the same time. However, just as they were about to continue attacking, the Black Serpent Sword's body was sent flying by Fang Chen's battle axe. Dong! A deafening vibration resounded through the sky. Everyone stared at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. They rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that it was all an illusion. Kill! A roar came from Fang Chen's throat. Then, he swung his axe at Zhu Zhen, which was imbued with Shura sword qi. He specialized in formations, so his defense was relatively weak. Whoosh! At this moment, Pufeng finally made his move. His body was like a wild horse, arriving in front of Fang Chen in the blink of an eye. Roar! An angry roar sounded, and a roaring golden lion appeared above Pufeng's head. The lion's body emitted a shocking power. Pufeng controlled the lion and launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Is this what you're relying on? For a long time, Fang Chen couldn't see through Pufeng. However, after Pufeng used his special ability, Fang Chen finally knew Pufeng's trump card. You can't stop me. And then before Pufeng's attack came, Fang Chen's axe chopped at Zhu Zhen's head. Crack! His head shattered, and his body disappeared. At the same time, Pufeng's attack came whistling. Unfortunately, Fang Chen had the space-time collapse technique, so the latter's attack couldn't touch him. First one. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, he suddenly appeared behind Wang Fu. Poochie. The axe chopped Wang Fu to death. Ah! Pufeng went crazy for the first time. His attack couldn't touch the latter's body. Die, die, die. Pufeng roared crazily. The golden lion above his head opened its mouth and swooped down. Second one. At this moment, Fang Chen was like the god of death, unapproachable. Did he really do it? On the square, it wasn't just Lan Ju and the others. Even the lords of the various manors were completely shocked. The strength of a heaven-opening martial artist could actually reach such a level. Oh my god! Everyone's hearts trembled as they exclaimed. Third one. When Fang Chen killed the Black Serpent Sword, the lords of the various manors finally realized that something was wrong. Stop, you can't kill anymore. Several lords roared, wanting to stop Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen's eyes were red from killing, and he didn't care at all. Dong. He and Po Feng clashed head-on. The golden lion above Pufeng's head was torn apart. Bang! Pufeng's body was also sent flying. Stop! Just as Fang Chen jumped up and was about to kill Pufeng, the saints finally arrived and hurriedly stopped Fang Chen. Sanguinati, that's enough. One of them said. Fellow manor heads, was I wrong? Fang Chen gradually calmed down, put away his battle axe and asked. The lords looked at each other, then shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Sanguinati, logically speaking, as lords, we shouldn't interfere in your duel. However, they are all outstanding geniuses of our Tianqing remnant family. Even one of them dying is a loss. You've already killed 4 of the 5 great prodigies. That's enough. Pufeng has already been defeated by you. You've already proven to everyone that you're the #1 heaven-opening realm cultivator. When it's possible to make mistakes, one should forgive them. The strong were respected. Before this, the lords of the various manors didn't care about Fang Chen at all. But now, he had shown that his potential and strength surpassed the 5 great prodigies. The lords of the various manors immediately changed their attitudes. Although Fang Chen had killed the 4 great prodigies, they didn't blame him at all. Sanguinati, you've already entered the battle ranking. There's no need for you to continue killing, right? Fang Chen glanced at Pufeng, who sat on the ground dejectedly and didn't get up. Chapter 2299. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the face of the persuasion of the saints, Fang Chen chose to compromise. He had already killed 4 prodigies. If he stubbornly persisted, he was bound to offend these saints, which would be detrimental to his future plans. Ha ha ha, heroes come from the young. I didn't expect such a monstrous genius to appear in Jueshu Manor. Before, the 5 prodigies had been fighting for first place in the heaven-opening realm. I didn't expect the hanging sword saint to silently take it. Yeah, 4 of the 5 prodigies are dead and 1 is injured. The paragons all shook their heads. Sanguinati, with your potential, you won't get any cultivation resources in Jueshu Manor. Why don't you join our Milky Way province? If you join our Jingyun province, we'll use all our resources to cultivate you. In an instant, Fang Chen became a hot commodity. However, no matter what they said, they couldn't change Fang Chen's mind. He still decided to stay in Jueshu Manor. Hearing this, Lan Ju was excited. Ha ha ha, as expected of a clansman from Jueshu Manor. Lan Ju was very happy. Sanguinati's battle had shocked the world. All the clansmen in the heavenly crystal space knew of his power. Some even said that Sanguinati was already comparable to an earth-shattering realm cultivator. When these words came out, it caused another wave of commotion. No matter what the outside world said, it couldn't affect Fang Chen. In Jueshu Manor. Have you investigated clearly? Lan Ju stood in front of the water screen and asked. Master Ju, I've already investigated clearly. 20 years ago, a cultivator surnamed Shui left the heavenly crystal space. After that, there was no news of him. Lan Yong said in a low voice. He didn't believe that Sanguinati was a human spy. Master Ju, the blood of our heavenly crystal clan flows in Brother Shui's body. His aura can't be fake, right? Lan Yong continued. The cultivator surnamed Xue from 20 years ago should be Brother Xue. He hid in Starvoid Sky and must have obtained many opportunities to achieve what he has today. Besides, have you forgotten, young Master Ju? In Eastern Profound Heaven, Brother Xue stepped forward bravely and killed the human race cultivators to save you. Lan Ju's last doubts about Fang Chen vanished like a puff of smoke after hearing Lan Yong's words. Lan Yong is right. Lan Ju thought. Pass down my orders. From today onwards, all the cultivators of Jueshu Manor will treat Sanguinati the same way they treat me. All cultivation resources will be given to Sanguinati, Lan Ju said. Yes, very little. Fang Chen had proven his worth with his absolute strength. Moreover, he had also ascended to the top 20 of the combat roll because of this. One had to know that in the top 20 of the battle ranking, other than him, there were only 3 expansion realm cultivators. The other 16 were all palace lords of the Holy Realm. As for him, he was the only heaven-opening realm martial artist in the top 20 of the battle rankings. In a garden somewhere, Fang Chen and Lan Ju sat facing each other. Young Master Ju, I've been away for many years and don't know much about the battle ranking. I wonder if you can enlighten me? Fang Chen asked. Brother Xue, it's natural that you don't know. The rules of the battle ranking changed 10 years ago. The new rules are based on the ability to fight across realms. Lan Ju said, although you didn't fight across realms, you fought 1 against 5 and left them in such a sorry state. It's enough to convince people that you're qualified to fight across realms. Of course, this alone isn't enough for you to reach the top 20, Lan Ju continued. You have great attainments in the Tao of the Flesh, the Tao of the Sword, the Tao of the Matrix, and the Tao of the Talisman Master. The Grand Elders in charge of the battle ranking have discussed and decided that you have great potential. You're the most promising and the most likely genius to reach the Holy Realm in a short time. Therefore, your ranking has been raised to 20, Lan Ju said with a smile. The top 20 of the battle ranking was a symbol of glory. There were countless clansmen in the Celestial Crystal, and it was difficult to reach the ranking. One could imagine how glorious it was to reach the top 20. You're now in the top 20 of the battle ranking. You can use the Void Jade Pendant of Jueshu Manor at any time. Lan Ju said, not only that, if you can reach the top 10 of the battle ranking, you can use any treasure in any of the mansions unconditionally. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Fang Chen spent the rest of the afternoon talking with Lan Ju. Lan Ju told him a lot of secrets about Tian Qing's clan. From their conversation, he also learned the uses of the demonic dragon divine plate, the void jade pendant, and other treasures. I didn't expect Patriarch Tian Qing to be such a powerful armor. The void jade pendant, the demonic dragon divine plate, and other treasures were all personally refined by Patriarch Tian Qing. The next day, Lan Ju and the others brought Fang Chen to the demonic dragon manor. Demonic Dragon Immortal. Lan Ju cupped his fist. Demonic Dragon Immortal had heard about what happened yesterday. He looked at Fang Chen with a complicated look in his eyes. If it was any other time, he would definitely make things difficult for Lan Ju and the others. But today, he didn't. He brought them directly to the demonic dragon divine plate. In front of them, there was a wooden plate with 8 trigrams that was slowly rotating. A strange aura surged out from the wooden plate. Is this the demonic dragon divine plate? Fang Chen stared at the wooden plate and said softly. The demonic dragon divine plate was a treasure used to cultivate the primordial spirit. It was a 5 elements 8 trigrams array, yin and yang. The martial artist sat cross-legged on the demonic dragon divine plate and used his heart to feel the yin and yang qi in the plate. Then, he gradually merged the yin and yang, and finally merged with the demonic dragon divine plate. In this process, the primordial spirit would be cleansed, and it would undergo a qualitative transformation. This was the magic treasure that every member of Tian Qing's remnant tribe dreamed of. Unfortunately, the demonic dragon divine plate was controlled by the demonic dragon manor. Unless they won a bet with the demonic dragon manor, it would be difficult to have the opportunity to cultivate it. 1 month later, you all leave quickly. Demonic Dragon Immortal said in a deep voice. Lan Ju and the others boarded the demonic dragon divine plate one after another. At the top of the clouds of Shu Xingxinghe ancestor and the others gathered together, looking at each other with a dignified expression. Ancestor, what's wrong? 9 died. Xinghe ancestor said in a deep voice. What? Were they discovered? Everyone exclaimed. They carefully selected 10 martial artists. How long had it been since they entered the secret base of Tianqing's clan? 9 died. Xinghe ancestor shook his head. According to the information sent back, they had lost contact in an instant. At present, we don't know the specific situation. The reason why I called you here today is that I am worried that the last person will be discovered. Xinghe ancestor said, so, I decided to continue to attack Tianqing's clan and distract them so that they won't have time to look for the traitor. 9 out of 10 died, which means that there is still one alive. Our plan still has hope. Yes, it's time to force Tianqing's clan. A few days later, the forces of the 4 mysterious heavens launched a new round of attack on Tianqing's clan. Tianqing's space was closed, and many of the clan members who were scattered outside couldn't return. Under this sweep, all of them were killed. On a certain mountain peak. The heavens are really helping us. Yes, I originally wanted to frame Tianqing's clan. Who would have thought that they would be so cooperative and attack directly? Ha ha ha, we can take advantage of this chaotic autumn to kill a few more limitless sword sect bastards. These people were all martial artists of Moshation's Chou family's spirit void branch. They were hiding in Dongxian heaven and had already killed many limitless sword sect disciples. Fang Chen should be hiding. After our inquiries, Fang Chen was taken away by Xinghe ancestor and never came back. Could it be that his potential has attracted the attention of Xinghe ancestor? If so, then it will be a little troublesome. Why do we care so much? Let's kill a few more limitless sword sect disciples first. After a short discussion, the Chou family's disciples stood up and prepared to continue the operation. However, at this moment, the sky became gloomy. The air condensed, and a huge palm fell from the sky and directly slapped the mountain peak. Catcher. The mountain peak was instantly razed to the ground, and the Chou family's disciples were all killed. After that, the palm dissipated, and the sky became clear again. In the void clouds, Xinghe ancestor looked at all of this indifferently. The Chou family is really getting more and more overboard. Xinghe ancestor said in a deep voice. However, the Chou family was powerful, and he couldn't blatantly kill the Chou family's people. Taking advantage of this turmoil, he could kill these eyesores in the name of Tianqing's clan. Chapter 2300. A genius remembers love in 1 second. Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Celestial Crystal's Domain, Demon Dragon Mansion. Because of Patriarch Tianqing's unexpected injury, all plans for his family had been put on hold. Celestial Crystal's domain would remain sealed until Patriarch Tianqing emerged from his seclusion. So long as it wasn't Patriarch Tianqing, no one would be able to see through Fang Chen's disguise. Thus Fang Chen could carry out the mission given to him by the Starry River Patriarch without fear of repercussions. At the moment, he was cultivating atop the demonic dragon's disc. The disc was a relic personally crafted by Patriarch Tianqing, and contained a vast amount of soul Dao. Most importantly, there was a control hub in the demonic dragon divine disc. As long as the control hub was in place, it could continuously absorb the power of heaven and earth and convert it into soul Dao power. Within Celestial Crystal's domain, the demonic dragon's disc was widely recognized as the most precious treasure for soul Dao cultivation. Every soul cultivator wanted to cultivate in the Devil Dragon Divine Disc, but unfortunately, Clan Chief Tianqing had given it to the Devil Dragon Mansion. With the demonic dragon master guarding it, no one dared to act rashly. However, the winner of the battle between Jueshu and Demon Dragon Mansion would be able to cultivate within for a month. The demonic dragon divine plate was very big, it was an extremely wide disc. Lan Ju and the others sat cross-legged upon it, quietly cultivating. Fang Chen could clearly sense the extremely dense presence of the Way of the Soul surging from the demonic dragon divine disc. The presence of the Way of the Soul silently burrowed into his soul, nourishing the 7 golden figures. So comfortable. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Lan Ju was so excited after the battle. The demonic dragon divine disc was indeed a soul cultivation treasure. Thinking of this, Fang Chen quickly closed his eyes and began to cultivate. In his mind, the incantation for the inverse spirit art began to circulate. Fang Chen studied it carefully. The Devil Dragon Mansion had the Devil Dragon Divine Plate, so most of the people in the mansion had powerful primordial spirits. They had always looked down on the other clansmen, thinking that they were the strongest in the field of Soul Dao. As time passed, Fang Chen's comprehension of the innate soul reversal technique continued to improve. The incomplete version of the innate soul reversal technique had a total of 5 levels. Fang Chen had already successfully cultivated 2 levels, but he still couldn't comprehend the remaining 3 levels. Without the Soul Stone, it would be difficult to comprehend the innate soul reversal technique. However, this Demon Dragon Divine Disc was no less helpful to Fang Chen than the Soul Stones. One day, half a month later, Fang Chen's primordial spirit suddenly trembled in his mind. Immediately after, the 7 golden figures in his Yuan spirit gave off an extremely violent Soul Dao aura. This Soul Dao aura merged with the Soul Dao aura on the demonic dragon divine plate, causing Fang Chen's mind to tremble. Innate soul reversal technique, so that's how it is. Fang Chen murmured softly with a smile on his face. He had been stuck at a bottleneck for so long, but it only took him half a month to reach the 3rd level of the innate soul reversal technique on the demonic dragon divine disc. Phew! Fang Chen opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. His face was full of smiles. He looked around and found that Lan Ju and the others were still cultivating with their eyes closed. Let's continue cultivating, Fang Chen said to himself. It was not easy to come to the demonic dragon divine disc to cultivate, so he couldn't waste time. However, just as he was about to continue cultivating, a ripple suddenly appeared in the void. Immediately after, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the demonic dragon divine disc. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen. Sanguinati. Fang Chen recognized him at a glance. This person was Mo Xiong, one of the strongest experts of the Demon Dragon Mansion in the Earth Expansion realm. Mo Xiong and Mo Kai had a very close relationship, so why had Mo Xiong come in such a threatening manner? Seeing Mo Xiong, Fang Chen frowned. Mo Xiong suppressed the anger in his heart and said calmly, Mo Kai is my junior brother. So what? Fang Chen asked. It was just a bet between 2 mansions, but you killed him. I will avenge him. Mo Xiong said, of course, I won't bully you. I can see that your primordial spirit is very strong. If you can withstand 3 of my Soul Dao attacks, the grudge between us will be written off. I will even apologize to you immediately. If you lose, you will have to break one of your arms. Hearing Mo Xiong's words, Fang Chen's lips curled up, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Mo Xiong must have been paying attention to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over as soon as he heard the news. He sensed my Soul Dao aura? Fang Chen thought to himself. What? Sanguinati, who is ranked 20th on the combat ranking, are you afraid? Mo Xiong used a clumsy method to try to anger Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen spread out his hands and looked at Mo Xiong mockingly. If I lose, I will break one of my arms. What if you lose? Mo Xiong's condition was unfair to him. I won't lose. Mo Xiong was very confident in his Soul Dao cultivation. What if? Fang Chen asked, unwilling to give up. A cold killing intent flashed in Mo Xiong's eyes and he said, what do you think? Fang Chen stared at Mo Xiong with his dark eyes and grinned. If you lose, how about you give me your Soul Dao divine skill? If you agree, we will fight. If you don't, then forget it. After all, Fang Chen was ranked 20th on the combat ranking. If he didn't agree, Mo Xiong wouldn't be able to make a move. Mo Xiong was enraged when he heard that. However, he suppressed his anger and said coldly, fine, I agree. Mo Xiong sneered inwardly. He didn't fear anyone when it came to Soul Dao cultivation. I'll say this first. We're only competing with our Soul Dao cultivation. If you use your martial Dao power, you'll be breaking the rules. Fang Chen said in a deep voice, if you break the rules, you'll lose. Mo Xiong was an earthbreaker. If he used his martial Dao, Fang Chen wouldn't be able to resist. so he had to make things clear. However, Fang Chen was still worried. He was afraid Mo Xiong would play some trick during the fight. He was about to call Lan Yong to be a witness when he realized Lan Ju was awake. Brother Shui? Lan Ju was surprised to feel the tension in the air. He looked at Fang Chen. When he saw Lan Ju, Fang Chen chuckled. Master Ju, Mo Xiong wants to avenge his junior apprentice brother Mo Kai. He's challenged me to a Soul Dao duel. Since you've woken up, why don't you be my witness? Fang Chen quickly told Lan Ju about their agreement. Lan Ju looked at Fang Chen with concern. Brother Shui, Mo Xiong, Fang Chen waved a hand to stop him. Don't worry, Master Ju. I know what I'm doing. Lan Ju stared at Fang Chen for a long time, then nodded. Very well. As the young master of Jueshu Manor, I will preside over this duel. If I find anyone breaking the rules, I will kill them. Lan Ju's words carried little weight, but the young master of Jueshu Manor carried a lot of weight. Right here? Fang Chen asked. Right here. Mo Xiong nodded. Boom. Suddenly, a violent Soul Dao aura erupted from Mo Xiong's mind. Then, the Soul Dao aura gathered in the void, forming a soul sea. In the middle of the soul sea, there was a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool spun rapidly, and a terrifying suction force seemed to be attracting the Soul Dao aura from the demonic dragon divine plate. This is... Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Mo Xiong to have such a technique. Interesting. Fang Chen grinned, eager to give it a try. He had just reached the 3rd level of the innate soul reversal technique, and he couldn't wait to see how powerful it was. With that thought, Fang Chen used the innate soul reversal technique. Whoosh! The 3rd level of the innate soul reversal technique was much more powerful than the 2nd level. Berserk Soul Dao power condensed into a long sword in the sky before it swiftly shot towards Mo Xiong. At the same time, the Soul Dao aura in Fang Chen's mind surged out violently. So powerful. Even Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The 3rd level of the innate soul reversal technique was too powerful. What kind of Soul Dao divine skill is this? Mo Xiong, who was originally confident, cried out when he felt the power of the innate soul reversal technique. At the same time, his body flickered, and he opened his palm to absorb the Soul Dao aura from the demonic dragon divine plate. You want to use the demonic dragon divine plate to deal with me? Chapter 2301. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Crack. The innate soul reversal technique ended with Mo Fan's victory. Deng. 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 Mo Xiong's body kept retreating. When he finally stabilized himself, he stared at Fang Chen with his dark eyes. What kind of soul path divine art is this? Mo Xiong thought that his soul path divine art was already very strong among the heavenly divine arts. Who would have thought that Fang Chen's soul path divine art would be able to suppress his soul path divine art? It was simply unbelievable. There are billions of soul path divine arts in the chaotic void. How many do you know? Fang Chen sneered. Mo Xiong was even more furious after hearing Fang Chen's words. He stretched out his hand and roared. He activated the violent soul path power in his mind and resonated with the soul path power in the demonic dragon divine plate. Wind, come! Mo Xiong let out a low roar. Suddenly, the calm space was filled with a violent gale. Rain, come! In the next moment, it started to drizzle. This made Fang Chen a little stunned. Is this your trump card? I don't believe that I can't defeat you with the wind and rain spirit heavenly technique supported by the demonic dragon divine plate. Mo Xiong's eyes were scarlet and his face was ferocious. He waved his hands and the wind and rain mixed with the soul path power. Dazzling light burst out. However, this didn't change anything. His soul path cultivation was far inferior to Fang Chen's. After the innate soul reversal technique reached the 3rd level, Fang Chen's soul path cultivation was enough to suppress Mo Xiong. Suppress. Fang Chen roared and activated the innate soul reversal technique to the extreme. The terrifying soul path power instantly condensed into a long sword and stabbed at Mo Xiong at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Crack. The soul path aura above Mo Xiong's head exploded. This powerful sword strike forcibly severed the soul Dao power of Mo Xiong and the demon dragon divine plate. After cutting off the connection, Mo Xiong's soul path power became much weaker. Crack! With another loud bang, the demon's last bit of defense was completely destroyed. His eyes were filled with despair. A majestic force came from his body, and he flew out uncontrollably. Bang! With a loud bang, Mo Xiong's body smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. His face was slightly pale. Mo Xiong struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. He didn't dare imagine that an early-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator would have such a powerful soul Dao cultivation. How is this possible? Mo Xiong's potential in the martial path was already heaven-defying enough. In addition to his potential in the soul path, Mo Xiong had already treated Fang Chen as a great enemy. Just as the killing intent in Mo Xiong's heart surged, Mo Long arrived. "Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" Immortal Mo Long scolded Mo Xiong. Now, Sanguinati's name shook the heavenly crystal space, and all the major martial lords were secretly paying attention to him. If Mo Xiong really attacked, he would definitely be ambushed by the various prefecture lords. On the surface, Immortal Mo Long was reprimanding Mo Xiong, but in fact, he was saving him. Prefecture Lord. Being reprimanded by Immortal Mo Long, Mo Xiong's expression changed. He was a little ashamed. Losing is not scary. What's scary is losing your fighting spirit. Your cultivation time is too short, and you have plenty of time in the future. A temporary failure doesn't mean anything. Maybe 1 year later, 2 years later, or 10 years later, you'll still be alive, but he'll already be dead. Love go little say net, chew. At this point, Immortal Mo Long shook his head and said, "When you reach the Saint Realm, you'll understand that being alive is better than anything else." "You're right, Prefecture Lord. I'll definitely work hard in my cultivation." Mo Xiong cupped his fists. At the same time, he looked at Fang Chen with a cold gaze. "You haven't given me the bet yet." Seeing that Mo Xiong was about to leave, Fang Chen hurriedly said. "Mph." Mo Xiong snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he threw a yellowed book to Fang Chen and left angrily. As expected of Sanguinati, your martial arts potential is already heaven-defying. I didn't expect your soul cultivation to be so powerful as well. It's really amazing. Immortal Mo Long looked at Fang Chen with a smile. Fang Chen could feel that Immortal Mo Long wanted to kill him. "You don't have to worry about me, Immortal Mo Long." After dealing with him, Fang Chen left Mo Long Mansion. Although there was still half a month left, it wouldn't have much of an effect on him. He might as well use the time to study Mo Xiong's Wind and Rain Soul heavenly skill. In the courtyard of Jueshu Mansion, Fang Chen was reading the Wind and Rain Soul heavenly skill seriously. This Wind and Rain Soul heavenly skill is quite magical. Unfortunately, it's still a little weaker than the innate soul reversal skill. After reading the whole book, Fang Chen concluded. Although he didn't specialize in the Wind and Rain Soul heavenly skill, he could still learn from it. In this way, Fang Chen spent 3 months perfecting the innate soul reversal skill. During this period, the heavenly crystal space was as peaceful as usual. However, one day, a sudden clap of thunder stirred up the quiet heavenly crystal space. What? Human martial artists sneaked into the heavenly crystal space? Damn it. How did the human martial artists sneak in? 9 human martial artists died in the heavenly crystal's Beast Valley. For a moment, this news swept through the entire heavenly crystal space like a storm. Even the mansion masters were paying close attention to this matter. Some people even began to suspect that Sanguinati was also a human martial artist in disguise. Many people began to analyze Fang Chen's past. The more they analyzed, the more they found that Fang Chen was the most suspicious. Immortal Mo Long naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Sanguinati massacred our clansmen. He must be a human martial artist in disguise. Immortal Mo Long gathered all the mansion masters and came to Jueshu Manor to capture Fang Chen. Rumble. A shocking aura swept through the entire Jueshu Manor. The mansion masters hovered in midair and stared at Jueshu Manor. Manor heads, what brings you to my absolute void manor? The mansion master was in seclusion. Lan Ju temporarily replaced his father to exercise his authority. Lan Ju, hand over Sanguinati. We suspect that Sanguinati is a human martial artist. Hand him over. Immortal Mo Long's voice was cold. Lan Ju frowned and said in a low voice, "What makes you say that? Do you have proof?" Immortal Mo Long sneered. In the valley of the Tianqing Beastmaster, 9 corpses of human warriors were found. Someone has infiltrated our Tianqing remnant tribe. The Bloodsword Saint is the most likely. Another mansion master nodded. That's right. A monstrous genius like Sanguinati wouldn't have been unknown. Now that he's returned, his strength has increased greatly. He suppressed the 5 heaven opening experts and killed Mo Kai and the other 3. His actions prove that he's a human martial artist. Lan Ju, is it true or not? Why don't we just ask Fang Chen to come out and confront him? Faced with the mansion master's questions, Lan Ju was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. He didn't believe Fang Chen was a human martial artist. He lifted his head, and his dark eyes slowly swept over the crowd. Mansion masters, don't forget that Sanguinati is ranked 20th on the battle list. Without sufficient proof, even you mansion masters have no right to capture him. The battle list symbolized the future of Tianqing's clan. To be able to enter the battle roll, it showed that regardless of potential or strength, he had obtained the recognition of the Tianqing remnant clan. The clan leader once said that no one was allowed to act recklessly against a martial artist on the battle list without proper reason or evidence. This also protected the safety of the martial artists on the battle list from the side. Hearing this, the mansion masters' faces changed slightly. "We're just going to confront him. You can just ask him to come out," Mo Long said. Lan Ju knew that if he didn't ask Fang Chen to come out today, they wouldn't let it go. Immediately, he sent a message to Fang Chen. A moment later, Fang Chen appeared beside Lan Ju. His eyes swept over the crowd, and finally fell on Mo Long brother Shui. Lan Ju said apologetically. Fang Chen waved his hand to indicate that it was fine. He said, "Mansion masters, you're all saints. You can kill me with a thought. I, Sanguinati, don't think I've done anything wrong to Tianqing's clan. You framing a clansman like this is the greatest harm to me." Since Fang Chen said so, the other mansion masters couldn't say anything. "How can you prove that you're not a human martial artist?" Mo Long asked. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, then looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. He said, "Then how can you prove that you're Mo Long?" Chapter 2302. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen chose to ignore Immortal Mo Long's question. What a joke. Elder Xing he had personally told him that even a Saint Realm expert would not be able to see through his disguise. Unless Patriarch Tianqing came out of seclusion, he was not worried at all. He glanced at Immortal Mo Long and said, "Since Immortal Mo Long has said so, I have nothing to say. I, Sanguinati, am standing right here. You can check however you want. I have nothing to fear." After speaking, Fang Chen glanced at everyone and said, "Don't tell me that you don't even have the means to check." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the mansion masters looked a little embarrassed. They released their divine consciousness and shrouded Fang Chen to check. "Mitch." Immortal Mo Long snorted and spread his divine consciousness, drilling directly into Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen's body suddenly trembled. His face changed instantly, and he glared at Immortal Mo Long. Immortal Mo Long. Fang Chen's eyes were scarlet. He activated the Thousand Sword territory, directly isolating everyone's divine consciousness. "I killed Mo Kai, so you have been holding a grudge against me and won't let go of any chance to deal with me?" Fang Chen asked. "Checking me is fake. You want to take advantage of the opportunity to plot against me, right?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, the mansion masters were stunned and immediately looked at Immortal Mo Long. They had no idea what had happened and why Fang Chen would suddenly fly into a rage. "Are you afraid?" At this point, Immortal Mo Long did not intend to admit it. Instead, he questioned Fang Chen. The mansion master of Demon Dragon Mansion, Immortal Mo Long, used such a clumsy method to deal with an initial stage heaven-opening realm martial artist. How ridiculous. Fang Chen told them about how immortal Mo Long had tried to invade his mind and injure his primordial spirit. Everyone present was an absolute saint. They immediately knew whether Fang Chen was telling the truth or not. At this moment, several mansion masters frowned and looked at immortal Mo Long with displeasure. Mo Long, you've gone too far. Sanguinati has the aura of our Tian Qing clan. This kind of aura cannot be disguised. He is not a human. Mo Long, Sanguinati is a genius ranked 20th on the battle list. Let me remind you, don't let the Tian Qing clan suffer losses because of personal grudges. The immortal Mo Long stopped quibbling after the other mansion masters had spoken. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen as he said coldly, I have a strong feeling that he is related to the human race. Enough. The manor heads berated. Seeing this, immortal Mo Long no longer spoke. He flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Before he left, he looked coldly at Fang Chen and said, Brat, don't let me get hold of your weakness. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. After immortal Mo Long left, the other prefecture masters nodded at Fang Chen and left one after another. Brother Blood, I'm sorry. Lan Ju apologized to Fang Chen. As the young master of Jueshu Manor, he was unable to protect the disciples of the manor. He felt that he had failed in his duty. That's none of your business. Fang Chen shook his head and returned to the courtyard. Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley? Fang Chen muttered, his heart full of shock. Patriarch Xing's words were still echoing in his mind. They had chosen 10 people to sneak into the heavenly crystal space, but now, only a short period of time had passed and the other 9 people had already fallen. Have we been discovered? That's impossible. They didn't even notice me. Fang Chen was puzzled, but he vaguely felt that this matter had a lot to do with the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley. After that, Fang Chen found Lan Yong and chatted with him to inquire about the details of the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley. It turned out that the Tianqing Beast Sovereign was a peerless powerhouse that had once appeared in the Tianqing clan. He fell in the battle with the heavenly human clan of Shu Xing. After his death, his body turned into a huge valley, so that valley was called the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley. Speaking of the Tianqing Beast Sovereign, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. This person was indeed a monster. He was different from the ordinary members of the Tianqing clan. He had a human head and a beast body. He was born with divine strength and a pure bloodline. At birth, he had mastered the innate remarkable powers of the Tianqing clan. Because he was a beast, he was respectfully called the Tianqing Beast Sovereign. Even the current patriarch of the Tianqing clan was a descendant of the Tianqing Beast Sovereign. The Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley was full of danger. Even the descendants of the Tianqing clan would not go there for no reason. This time, 9 corpses were found, causing a great sensation. Many cultivators had already gone to the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley to investigate the truth. Oh! All disciples can enter the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley? Fang Chen asked. Lan Yong nodded, his face solemn. The Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley is too dangerous. If you're too weak, you'll die. Besides, who knows if there's a trap waiting for us inside? Ignoring Lan Yong, Fang Chen pondered in his heart what reason to go to the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley. Unexpectedly, 3 days later, Lan Ju came looking for him at noon. Brother Shui, I'm preparing to go to the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley. Do you want to come with me? Lan Ju asked. It turned out that in the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley, the statue of the Tianqing Beast Sovereign was shaking. Many cultivators were fanatical, believing that the Beast Sovereign spirit was about to appear. Many people rushed madly into the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley. The manors did not appear, nor did they stop them. They seemed to be secretly watching. Sure. Fang Chen said with a grin. As a descendant of the Tianqing Beast Sovereign, there was no one who wasn't interested in the Tianqing Beast Sovereign's legacy. Therefore, Fang Chen had to pretend to be interested. At the same time, he also believed that this was an excellent opportunity. After a little tidying up, Lan Ju and Fang Chen quietly left Jueshu Manor. Brother Shui, the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley is in the northernmost part of the Tianqing dimension. It's quite a distance from Jueshu Manor, Lan Ju said. But with our speed, we should be able to get there in 3 days. Fang Chen nodded. He didn't tell Lan Ju that if he hurried, he could get there in half a day. However, in order not to arouse suspicion, he deliberately slowed down and hurried along with Lan Ju. 3 days later, they arrived in front of the Tianqing Beast Sovereign Valley. In front of them was a huge statue. It had the head of a human and the body of a beast. There was a strong sense of majesty about it. Around it was a valley that was neither large nor small. It was surrounded by a terrifying aura. In front of the valley, many clansmen were discussing in low voices. Fang Chen's arrival attracted the attention of many people. Sanguinati. Some people's eyes were filled with anger when they saw Sanguinati. You killed senior brother He. I want to avenge him. A disciple of the Black Snake Manor rushed toward Fang Chen in a moment of anger. Pucci. The disciple was split in half with an axe. Then, Fang Chen's eyes swept across the crowd and he said coldly, "Powerhouses on the battle list are not to be humiliated. This is the result." Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Fang Chen's actions aroused the dissatisfaction of many Earthbreaker realm cultivators. "Ch, isn't he just a guy who got lucky? What's so great about him? Sanguinati, you need to give our Black Snake Manor an explanation." An early Earthbreaker realm cultivator from the Black Snake Manor berated. His face was gloomy. His palm contained a violent power, ready to attack at any time. "Oh, you want an explanation?" Fang Chen grinned and walked toward the Earthbreaker realm cultivator. Rumble. All of a sudden, a violent power burst out from Fang Chen's body. In the next instant, he held the axe in his hand and hacked at the Earthbreaker realm cultivator. Not good. Sensing the power carried by the battle axe, the Earth-opening realm cultivator exclaimed inwardly. Then, he quickly retreated. At the same time, Fang Chen executed the innate soul reversal technique. Xiu. The terrifying power of the Soul Dao disturbed the Earthbreaker realm cultivator's mind. In the next instant, Fang Chen executed the 6th move of the Traceless Sword Art with the axe. Terrifying Azura Sword Chi fused into the axe. Catcher. With an incomparably domineering axe strike, the chest of this Earth-opening realm cultivator was directly split open. The crowd on the plains sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't Sanguinati too strong? In a short 3 months, he was able to suppress an early Earthbreaker realm cultivator. However, what they didn't know was that 3 months ago, Fang Chen already had such strength. Chapter 2303. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he held the battle axe in his hand and charged out again. A terrifying force wrapped around the axe and slashed at the Black Snake Mansion's Earth Expansion Realm cultivator. Crack. The Earth Expansion Realm cultivator was unable to resist at all. His defense was shattered, and his head was smashed into meat paste. Whoosh. The entire plain was filled with exclamations. Everyone was shocked by Fang Chen's decisiveness. That was an Earth Expansion Realm cultivator. Wasn't it too domineering to kill him like that? Sanguinati, how dare you kill my Black Snake Mansion's cultivator? The Black Snake Mansion's people roared in anger. Fang Chen snorted and kept the axe. I already gave him a chance. He just didn't take it. Bullshit. I only saw you, Sanguinati, being cruel and vicious. You killed your fellow disciples. Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. I'm ranked 20th on the combat roll. Anyone who insults me should be prepared to die. After speaking, Fang Chen walked straight to the Heavenly Sovereign Beast Valley. Seeing this, everyone clenched their fists in anger. Sanguinati is too much. Ranked 20th on the combat roll? Pooh. The Heavenly Sovereign Beast Valley will be his place of death. The Black Snake Mansion's people were filled with killing intent. Soon, Fang Chen entered the Heavenly Sovereign Beast Valley. As soon as he entered the valley, he felt his body being squeezed. A terrifying force attacked him from all directions. Is this the Heavenly Sovereign Beast Valley? Fang Chen thought to himself. After a while, he disappeared into the darkness. Other than the Sage Realm cultivators, everyone else from the Heavenly Sovereign race had entered the valley. There was a thick fog around the valley that blocked the detection of divine sense. Even Sage Realm cultivators couldn't see the situation inside. This made it even more convenient for Fang Chen. He didn't need to hide from the detection of divine sense and could kill the heavenly sovereign race cultivators without fear. For example, the Black Snake Mansion's disciples. Not long after entering, Fang Chen encountered a Black Snake Mansion's disciple who was alone. Die. With a flick of his finger, a streak of sword light shot out, instantly killing the heaven-opening disciple of the Black Snake estate. After that, Fang Chen entered his killing mode. As long as he encountered a heaven-opening realm martial artist, he would almost instantly kill them. At this moment, the advantages of the space-time collapse technique were completely revealed. If he encountered earth-opening realm late-stage or even peak-stage cultivators, he would immediately avoid them. Kill. Blade after blade, Tianqing's descendants died one after another at the hands of Fang Chen. The valley of the Tianqing clan had become Fang Chen's battlefield. In just a month's time, more than 700 disciples had died in his hands. During this time, Fang Chen learned that there were roughly 10,000 heaven-opening realm clansmen, 3,000 earth-opening realm clansmen, and 19 saint realm clansmen. Continue the slaughter. Fang Chen said to himself. Time passed, and another 3 months passed. Fang Chen's slaughter finally slowed down. As the number of deaths increased, the chances of encountering earth-opening realm martial artists increased, and he could no longer kill as he pleased. However, it was also because of this that Fang Chen discovered a strange place. At the center of the valley, there was a huge statue. Below this statue, Fang Chen found some clues. Dried blood. Below the statue, there was a trace of dried blood. Fang Chen could clearly feel that this blood belonged to the human race. Could there be some secret below? 9 human race cultivators had died here, which meant that there was definitely something strange about this place. Fang Chen made up his mind and prepared to investigate the secret of this statue. He walked around the statue once. Then, his divine sense spread out and enveloped the statue. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Wang. In Fang Chen's mind, a vast amount of energy gushed out and formed a powerful imprint in the void. Endless power emerged from the mark and instantly blasted towards the statue. Crack. Some cracks appeared around the statue, and debris kept falling down. At this time, the phantom of Ancestor Xing He condensed. Ancestor? Fang Chen was stunned for a moment and looked at Ancestor Xing He in disbelief. This is a mark I left on you. It has no fighting power, but it can sense whether you are still alive, Ancestor Xing He said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was relieved. Ancestor, what did you find? Ancestor Xing He's phantom slowly dissipated. He said in a deep voice, inside this statue, there is a reincarnation pool. Destroying it will completely wipe out the Tianqing clan from the root. Reincarnation pool? Fang Chen asked. There is no time to explain to you. When my mark left your body, it was rejected by the statue. All I can do is to send you into the statue. After that, Ancestor Xing He's phantom gradually dissipated, and finally turned into a mass of light, which wrapped Fang Chen and shot into the crack of the statue. Crash. With a flash of white light, Fang Chen found himself in a strange place. Is this the inside of the Tianqing Beast Sovereign statue? Fang Chen's eyes fell on a spring in front of him. Bubbles kept coming out of the spring. Although he did not know what it was, Fang Chen felt a terrifying aura spreading. Reincarnation pool? Fang Chen was a little afraid and kept retreating. How can I destroy the reincarnation pool? Fang Chen was puzzled. If he acted rashly, it was very likely that he would lose his life. So, he could not be reckless. Outside the Tianqing Beast Sovereign's Valley, 19 absolute saints gathered together. They looked at each other and then looked at the huge statue in the distance. A trace of fear flashed in their eyes. How is it? Have you thought about it? The person who spoke was Immortal Mo Long of the Demon Dragon Mansion. I support Mo Long's suggestion. If we can succeed, we can break through the bottleneck and lead the Tianqing clan to rise again. That's right. Even if we fail, we can only rest for 10,000 years. But if we succeed, it will be just around the corner for us to unify the Shuxing sky. The 19 absolute saints did not have the same opinion. The reincarnation pool is very important. Before the clan leader comes out, we should not act rashly. The humans have already found the reincarnation pool. You know what they are capable of. If the reincarnation pool is destroyed, we will die. We must make a decision quickly. For a moment, the 19 of them were arguing with each other. After a long while, they finally came to a consensus. They decided to fight. This was an opportunity. Although it was dangerous, if they succeeded, they would benefit immensely. Okay, let's act together. After making the decision, the 19 absolute saints quickly rushed toward the Tianqing Beast Sovereign's Valley. At the same time, Fang Chen was inside the statue, thinking carefully about how to deal with it. Crash! Suddenly, a light flashed. Fang Chen felt that it was dazzling. What is it? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that something was calling out to him. What is it? The closer he got to the dazzling light, the stronger the calling in his heart. This made Fang Chen's expression turn serious. After arriving at the edge of the statue, Fang Chen's body trembled slightly. He could not help but release the Shura sword chi. Hiss! When the Shura sword chi came into contact with the dazzling light, a terrifying power burst out and sucked Fang Chen in. In an instant, Fang Chen disappeared into the statue. It was at this moment that the 19 figures entered the statue one after another. Be careful. Only the clan leader can control the reincarnation pool. If you are not careful, you will die. The reincarnation pool was the foundation of the Tianqing Beast Sovereign's tribe. It was also their greatest opportunity. Seeing the bubbling spring, the 19 saints all revealed looks of joy. As expected of the reincarnation pool. This is my first time seeing it. I wonder when the clan leader will come out of seclusion. If he can send us into the reincarnation pool, the danger will be greatly reduced. Stop dreaming. Don't you know what the reincarnation pool means to the clan leader? Stop talking. Let's check it out. After the dazzling light dissipated, Fang Chen found himself in an unfamiliar place. What is this place? Buzz. A weak aura entered Fang Chen's mind. Suddenly, Fang Chen cried out, "Who are you?" Buzz. This thought sent another voice transmission. However, it was intermittent, and Fang Chen could not hear it clearly. Shu. Da, Shu. Da. What does this mean? Fang Chen muttered. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he cried out involuntarily, "Great Emperor Shu Xian?" Chapter 2304. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Great Emperor Shu Xian was once the king of Void Star Heaven. He completed the unification of Void Star Heaven. Love go little say W. Chu. Even a powerhouse like the Star River great ancestor could not help but sigh at Great Emperor Shu Xian. The reason why Tianqing's descendants were in Void Star Heaven was actually because of Great Emperor Shu Xian's inheritance. Could it be that Great Emperor Shu Xian's inheritance is inside this statue? Fang Chen said excitedly, but that's not right. If that's the case, why would Tianqing's descendants search on a large scale? In a situation where he could not figure it out, Fang Chen could only try to communicate with that thought. This thought seemed to be very weak, as if it could collapse at any time. Fang Chen carefully communicated with it. At the same time, he continued to pour his soul Dao power into the consciousness. After a long while, this thought could finally speak. Senior, are you Great Emperor Shu Xian? Fang Chen asked straightforwardly. The thought was silent for a moment, then said, Great Emperor Shu Xian is my master. I'm just the weapon spirit of my master's weapon, the mysterious sky cone nail. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Master has been dead for countless years. I've been looking for a fated person for the mysterious sky cone nail. The thought said again. Fang Chen listened quietly. Until today, I've finally met you. There was a hint of joy in the voice. Senior, where is this place? This is the inside of the mysterious sky cone nail. You must be wondering why you were attracted by the mysterious sky cone nail, right? The thought said, because your body contains the Shura sword chi. Shura sword chi? Fang Chen widened his eyes and exclaimed. Then, the thought's explanation made Fang Chen even more incredulous. The founder of the Shura sword path was the demon sword Venerable, and he was actually the disciple of great Emperor Shu Xian. No wonder after he entered the statue, the mysterious sky cone nail automatically glowed and sucked him into the body. In this way, all the doubts could be explained clearly. Those fools outside. How dare they try to get their hands on the inheritance left behind by Master? What a joke. Fang Chen knew that he was talking about Tian Qing's remnant clan. Come to think of it, for countless years, the vessel spirit controlled the mysterious heaven's cone nail and hid inside the statue. Tian Qing's descendants could not find it even if they racked their brains. The most dangerous place was also the safest place. If the heavenly crystal's descendants were to know that the mysterious heaven's cone nail that they had been searching for painstakingly and almost destroyed had never left the heavenly crystal's space, it was unknown how they would feel. Are you willing to become the master of the mysterious heaven's cone nail? The vessel spirit suddenly asked. I am willing. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly said. How could he refuse such a good opportunity? That was the mysterious sky awl, the former weapon of great Emperor Shu Xian. Countless years ago, it had left behind an illustrious reputation. The mysterious heaven's cone nail contains the lifelong inheritance of great Emperor Shu Xian. If you accept it, you will have to fulfill the last wish of my master. What last wish? To avenge my master. The vessel spirit said. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Who could kill a powerhouse that even the Star River great ancestor was afraid of? Who is great Emperor Shu Xian's enemy? The vessel spirit was silent for a moment before he said, Great Emperor Shu Xian's enemy is very strong. For the time being, you won't be able to get in touch with him. Moreover, knowing too much will not do you any good. You just have to promise me that when you have the strength to avenge him in the future, you can use the mysterious heaven's cone nail to kill your enemy and avenge great Emperor Shu Xian. Love go little say W. Chu. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. This request was not too much. I promise. Good. The vessel spirit was in a good mood. He directly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the void. In the next moment, a large amount of information appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen felt a splitting headache. He held his head with both hands and fainted. The mysterious heaven's cone nail was slowly merging with Fang Chen's primordial spirit. 3 days later, Fang Chen woke up from his coma. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his casual actions could control the mysterious heaven's cone nail. At the same time, all the information about the mysterious heaven's cone nail appeared in his mind. Mysterious heaven's cone nail, grade unknown. In fact, with Fang Chen's current strength, he could not see the true grade of the mysterious heaven's cone nail. Master. The vessel spirit said, the mysterious heaven's cone nail was injured in the past and has not fully recovered. Its internal strength is almost dried up, so it can't be used for a long time. Moreover, with your current strength, using it once will drain the strength in your body. You can use it once in the heaven-opening realm. In the future, every time you advance to a higher realm, you will have the qualification to use it once. Until one day, when you completely control the mysterious heaven's cone nail, you can use it without restrictions. Fang Chen nodded. He did not care too much. The mysterious heaven's cone nail was too strong. The vessel spirit did this for his own good. Also, you can't trigger the old master's inheritance at all now. Increase your strength as soon as possible. The vessel spirit said. Fang Chen pursed his lips. After saying so much, there were no substantial benefits. Master, you should be content. Do you know how strong the mysterious heaven's cone nail is? The vessel spirit said. It's not an exaggeration to say that with your current strength and my full cooperation, once the mysterious heaven's cone nail is activated, it can definitely sweep away all the powerhouses at the level of the heavenly gods. Sweep away the heavenly gods. Hearing this, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. He had a chance to use it now. If he used it to deal with Tian Qing's descendants, he did not know how effective it would be. Thinking of this, Fang Chen thought of the rebirth pool. Right, do you know about the rebirth pool? The vessel spirit said, actually, it's not the real rebirth pool. It's just a fake. Tian Qing's descendants were abandoned by the Tian Qing world's ancestral family in the chaotic void. The ancestral family's rebirth pool is the real rebirth pool. Even the old master in his prime did not dare to resist the rebirth pool. Tianqing world's ancestral family. Master, the chaotic void is too vast. How much do you know? To put it bluntly, this void star heaven is a tiny place, and it's very remote. The Tianqing world is located in the center of the chaotic void. It's very prosperous. The ancestral family is the overlord of the Tianqing world. Anyone from the family can destroy the void star heaven. The Tianqing clan's patriarch was not abandoned by the Tianqing world's ancestral family. After he was expelled, he was very unwilling and wanted to return to the family. Unfortunately, after generations of hard work, he was still unable to be accepted by the ancestral family. However, this Tianqing beast Venerable was the closest to completing the mission. Unfortunately, he failed at the last moment. The mysterious heaven's cone nail had followed Great Emperor Shu Xian for his entire life. His understanding of the chaotic void was not something that an ordinary person could compare to. The rebirth pool you see is the simplest imitation. It can't unleash a millionth of the real rebirth pool's effect. The vessel spirit said, every clan member of Tianqing's descendants will enter the rebirth pool after death. After the rebirth pool's baptism, they will gradually develop consciousness and be resurrected. However, this kind of rule goes against the rules of heaven and earth, so it's suppressed. Even the ancestral family will not simply resurrect ordinary disciples. The vessel spirit said. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen nodded lightly. Tianqing's descendants were much more complicated than he had imagined. Those few absolute saint idiots from the outside world actually entered the rebirth pool for baptism. How stupid. They did not know that if there was no strong person controlling it, Han Tianxian's primordial spirit would be corroded after entering the rebirth pool. His realm would fall and he would suffer a backlash. As he spoke, Fang Chen realized that he had left the interior of the mysterious heaven's cone nail. In his palm lay the mysterious heaven's cone nail. Immediately, Fang Chen's mind moved and he kept the mysterious heaven's cone nail. You're saying that someone from Tianqing's descendants entered the rebirth pool? Fang Chen asked. 19 absolute saint idiots all entered the rebirth pool. I think at least half of them will die. The remaining half will be severely injured even if they don't die. The vessel spirit said disdainfully. Only the first-generation ancestor of Tianqing's descendants was a true member of the ancestral family. Every generation after that, the ancestral family's blood in their bodies became lesser and lesser. However, they were proud of the ancestral family and always wanted to return to the ancestral family. Unfortunately, this goal stumped generations after generations of Tianqing's descendants. After listening to the vessel spirit's words, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. 19 absolute saint experts all entered the rebirth pool. Even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Did this not mean that he had benefited from it? Seemingly seeing through Fang Chen's thoughts, the artifact spirit directly said, Master, you're now Great Emperor Shu Xian's direct disciple. With your status, wanting to exterminate these people is still like chopping vegetables. Chapter 2305. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I'll provide you with a wonderful novel to read. Just as the artifact spirit had said, 10 minutes later, there was a huge commotion in the rebirth pool. Love go little say webku screams of agony came from within. Poochie. Skeletons floated on the surface of the rebirth pool. At the same time, 7 or 8 mansion lords escaped from the rebirth pool in fear. The few manor lords who had escaped with their lives sat on the ground, still in a state of shock. Battle through the heavens manga ECX16 Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the pool of rebirth would be so dangerous. As soon as they entered, they suffered a powerful backlash and almost lost their lives. Mo Long is dead. Only 9 of the 19 absolute Saint Realm martial artists came out alive. However, they were in a sorry state and were heavily injured. Just as the 9 of them were panting, a voice came from behind them. Mansion Lords. The 9 Mansion Lords turned around and saw that it was Fang Chen. They heaved a sigh of relief and said, Sanguinati, quickly escort the 9 of us out of here. That's right. If you can send us back safely, we'll give you a great opportunity. Fang Chen shook his head and smiled at the 9 absolute Saint Realm martial artists. Sanguinati, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your stupidity. You actually tried to enter the rebirth pool. What a joke, Fang Chen said. You dare to disobey our orders? Bang! Fang Chen kicked the manor lord and said coldly, what's the use of an order? Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see what you look like? How dare you threaten me? As he spoke, a battle axe appeared in his hand. He walked toward the 9 mansion lords step by step. Sanguinati, what are you doing? Sanguinati, how dare you kill us? Jueshu Mansion will be destroyed because of you. Are you threatening me? Fang Chen sneered. He was not afraid of threats. Poochie. The axe spun and a saint's head was chopped off. The feeling of killing a Saint Realm expert is really awesome. Fang Chen grinned. Then, he wielded his battle axe and attacked again. Sanguinati, why are you doing this? The remaining absolute saints roared with bloodshot eyes. Because I am a human. As soon as Fang Chen finished his last sentence, his battle axe swept across the crowd with a terrifying force. Crack! The 9 saints were all dead. Whoosh! Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief, grinned, and left the statue. With the help of the artifact spirit, Fang Chen could easily deal with the people of Tianqing's remnant race. In about half a month's time, over 10,000 heaven-opening clansmen had been killed. As for the expansion realm cultivators, Fang Chen came up with a vicious plan. He purposely opened up a hole in the sculpture and spread the news that the heritage of great Emperor Xu Xian was inside. One could imagine how crazy they were. In just one afternoon, they all rushed into the sculpture. After discovering the rebirth pool, they entered without hesitation to search for the heritage of great Emperor Xu Xian. As expected, no one could resist the backlash of the rebirth pool, and all the expansion realm cultivators died. Before Fang Chen left the valley, the Shentian cone nail floated out and shot out a ray of light, shattering the Tianqing beast Venerable statue. Outside. After a period of crazy attacks, all the clansmen of Tianqing's remnant race hidden in Void Star Sky had died. Void Star Sky entered a short period of peace. Love Go Little Say W, Chu Patriarch Xing He and the other experts gathered together again. Xing He, what's the situation? That's right. Did the last person die? If he dies, our plan will fail completely. Hearing this, Patriarch Xing He revealed a faint smile. The last person hasn't died, and the mark I left on him has dissipated. I already know who he is. Ancestor Xing He had left the same mark on 10 people at the same time. As long as the mark wasn't activated, he couldn't sense who it was. He only knew if they had died. Who is it? Everyone asked curiously. Fang Chen. It's him. Obviously, these experts at the same level as Ancestor Xing He didn't think highly of Fang Chen. They were more optimistic about the other 9 people, but the truth was beyond their expectations. This fella has given us another surprise. The few experts said one after another. Let's hope this guy succeeds. Just as Ancestor Xing He was about to speak, his communication jade pendant suddenly flashed. When he heard the voice from the communication jade pendant, he was overjoyed. Xing He, what's wrong? Ha ha ha, Fang Chen is back. What? He's back. Did the plan succeed? Whether the plan succeeded or not, at least we know where the nest of Tianqing's remnant race is. Hurry up and bring him here. No, let's go. Soon, Ancestor Xing He and the others arrived at the north of Void Star Sky. Greetings, Ancestor. Greetings, seniors. How is it? Ancestor Xing He asked anxiously. Ancestor, the nest of Tianqing's remnant race is in front of us. After a pause, Fang Chen continued, Disciple didn't disappoint you and has completed the mission. I think it won't be long before Tianqing's remnant race is destroyed. Completed the mission? Tell us, how did you complete the mission? The old farts were getting more and more curious. A heaven-opening realm martial artist completed the mission in less than a year. How could they not be surprised? One had to know that when Fang Chen was chosen, he was given 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Now, he came out in less than a year. I think I should have completed the mission more than expected. Being stared at by several peak experts of Void Star Sky, Fang Chen said somewhat embarrassedly. What do you mean by completing the mission more than expected? Fang Chen adjusted his mood and said, all the Heaven Opening and Earth Opening Realm clansmen in Tianqing's space have died. Now, only the Patriarch of Tianqing's remnant race is left. If Ancestor kills Patriarch Tianqing, Tianqing's remnant race will naturally be destroyed. Wait. You said that all the Heaven Opening and Earth Opening Realm clansmen were killed by you? Ancestor Xinghe asked hurriedly. Fang Chen nodded. How is that possible? With your strength, killing Heaven Opening Realm martial artists is easy, but against Earth Opening Realm martial artists, the chances are not high at all. What's going on? Fang Chen told everyone what happened in detail. Of course, he hid the matter of the mysterious Sky Cone Nail and Great Emperor Shu Xian. After all, Great Emperor Shu Xian was too powerful. Once his inheritance spread, it would definitely cause a commotion. I see. Ancestor Xinghe nodded, his face full of a gratified smile. Not bad, you can think of using the reincarnation pool. You're very smart. Ha ha ha, you contributed the most in this mission. When we destroy Tianqing's remnant race, we'll give you a reward. There's no time to lose. Quickly enter Tianqing's space and besiege Patriarch Tianqing. On this day, a shocking battle broke out in Tianqing's space. Several powerhouses standing at the peak of Void Star Heaven joined forces to besiege Patriarch Tianqing. In the end, Patriarch Tianqing died. He was very unwilling. He did not understand why Tianqing's space had changed so much after a period of seclusion, and why his clansmen had all died. However, no one could solve all these doubts for him. The fall of Tianqing's remnant race shook the entire Void Star Heaven. When this news spread, all the martial artists in Void Star Heaven were overjoyed. All the major sects held banquets to celebrate the destruction of Tianqing's remnant race. Ancestor Xinghe and the others were at Xinghe Peak, surrounding Fang Chen in the middle and looking at Fang Chen with burning eyes. Boy, you contributed the most in destroying Tianqing's remnant race. Yes, when we chose you, it was also because Xinghe was stubborn. We didn't really believe in you. Who would have thought that when the 9 of them died, you would do such a feat as expected of someone from the Star River universe? Just like the Star River, he has potential. For a time, Fang Chen became the most popular person in everyone's eyes. If they were not from the Xinghe universe like Ancestor Xinghe, they would have fought to accept him as a disciple. Fang Chen, you did well. Ancestor Xinghe nodded with satisfaction. Fang Chen had indeed brought honor to their Xinghe universe. To be able to make such achievements at such a young age, his future was limitless. Hidden in the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail in the Sumeru Ring, the artifact spirit listened to Ancestor Xinghe and the others with a cold face, looking very disdainful. You old fellows want to accept my master as a disciple? If Fang Chen's identity was announced, it would not only shake Void Star Heaven, but also the entire chaotic void. After all, the name of Great Emperor Shu Xian was very famous. Chapter 2306. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The martial artists of the Black and White universe seemed to realize that something was wrong and immediately rushed here. Unfortunately, what they saw were the cold corpses of the Blue Moon universe's martial artists. At this time, Fang Chen was talking to Star and Moon and the others. Brother Chen, the martial artists of the Black and White universe are on the other side, you. Star and Moon was a little worried about Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. The disciples of the Star River province looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. This was the legendary first governor of the Star River province. They did not expect him to be so powerful. Fang Chen. After seeing Fang Chen, the martial artists of the Black and White universe were also a little surprised. However, soon, a sinister smile appeared on their faces. Just the few of you? Fang Chen spread his hands and asked with disdain. The few of us are enough to deal with you. Fang Chen shook his head and said, if you have any last wishes, say it quickly, or you won't have a chance later. The strongest was only a martial artist of the extreme heaven opening realm. For the current Fang Chen, They were too weak. With the mysterious sky cone nail in hand, even if he encountered a Sage Realm martial artist, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. "You're too arrogant, let me meet you." A martial artist of the black and white universe was angered by Fang Chen. With a low shout, he attacked with lightning speed. However, just as he released his tyrannical aura, he was cut in half by a sword light that descended from the sky. Fang Chen gently blew a trace of dust on the hidden star sword and said casually, "Tell me, how do you want to die? How is that possible?" Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. They looked at each other and immediately attacked together. Every time the hidden star sword was waved, one person would die. After several consecutive waves, the martial artists of the black and white universe were all wiped out. This scene shocked all the disciples of the Star River province. "Master, there's a human aura 1,000 miles away." The mysterious sky cone nail's artifact spirit sent a message. Wait for me here." After saying that, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. However, before he left, he smashed the matrix that was troubling Star and Moon and the others with a punch. 1,000 li away, the Earth Expansion Realm cultivators of the Cho clan were shocked. How can this guy be so strong? He's only an early-stage heaven-opening martial artist. Why is that? Don't panic. Even though he's powerful, he's only comparable to an Earth-opening realm primary stage cultivator. With the few of us working together, we should be able to deal with him easily. The warrior called Third Brother said calmly. But, a moment later, Fang Chen arrived 1,000 miles away. When he discovered the people from the Cho clan, his pitch-black eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The Cho clan is really stubborn. Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of the Cho family. "Fang Chen, you killed Long Tan. Our Cho clan will not let you go." "Won't let me go?" Fang Chen sneered. They had already set their sights on his wife. How could they say that they wouldn't let him go? "Do you think I'll let you go?" Fang Chen asked coldly. "You're just a heaven-opening realm cultivator. We're all Earth Expansion Realm cultivators." Pucci. The third layer of the innate soul reversal technique was used. At the same time, the sixth move of the traceless sword art was also used. The attacks of the two trump cards directly enveloped an early-stage Earth Expansion Realm cultivator of the Cho clan. Catcher. Without any resistance, the cultivator was killed by Fang Chen. The Cho clan is too much. Fang Chen was like a god of death. Holding the hidden star sword, he walked step by step towards the Cho clan. Kill. The battle instantly erupted. It was extremely chaotic. From time to time, the Cho clan cultivators would scream miserably. Fang Chen had the absolute advantage. The Cho clan cultivators couldn't resist him at all. Die. When Fang Chen took out the mysterious heaven cone nail, a violent power instantly engulfed the entire land. The remaining cultivators of the Cho clan were directly imprisoned on the spot. Catcher. Fang Chen used the most barbaric method. He used the mysterious heaven cone nail to smash the Cho clan cultivators to death. Whoosh. When the last Cho clan cultivator fell, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the mysterious heaven cone nail with a burning gaze. As expected of the great Emperor Void Mystic's weapon. It's really powerful. He was still using pure strength to use the mysterious heaven cone nail. It was already able to smash an Earth Expansion Realm cultivator to death. If he used that one slot, the mysterious heaven cone nail's power would completely erupt. Even Zhen Wuji would find it hard to resist. After Fang Chen's investigation, he found that the Cho clan controlled the control center of the mysterious moon impasse. They purposely created a restriction to lure the Wuji sword sect disciples into this place. Fortunately, he discovered it in time and sent it outside. A few days later, Fang Chen brought Star and Moon and the others back to the Wuji sword sect. After this incident, Star and Moon had an epiphany and broke through the bottleneck. She opened the divine spring in her Qi Si and broke through to the Unity realm. This way, she directly became an inner sect disciple. The position of Star River Prefecture Master was passed to the Destruction Swordsman. As time passed, the potential drawbacks of the Destruction Swordsman were gradually exposed. Not only Star and Moon, But many disciples of the Star River Prefecture also surpassed him one by one. However, the destruction swordsman, who had cultivated for countless years, had a very stable mentality. He was slowly comprehending the martial Tao and improving at the same time. His potential had been squeezed dry. It was unrealistic to want to improve in a short period of time. Accumulation was the key to success. This was his current idea. Fang Chen also gave some pointers to the destruction swordsman. He left the resources he did not need in the Star River Prefecture. After returning to the inner sect, he settled Star and Moon down. Fang Chen immediately returned to his residence. He sat cross-legged, surrounded by violent sword qi. He had an epiphany and the bottleneck seemed to be loosening. Azura Sword Principle. Previously, he had cultivated the Azura Sword Principle to the small success stage and created the sixth move of the Traceless Sword Principle. Now, Fang Chen continued to work on the Azura Sword Principle. 3 months later, Fang Chen cultivated the Azura Sword Principle to the large success stage. Traceless Sword Principle. Striking while the iron was hot, Fang Chen created the seventh move of the Traceless Sword Principle. This move was mainly based on the Azura Sword Principle and combined with the innate soul reversal technique. When the sword light attacked, it was accompanied by a soul Tao attack. It was impossible to guard against. After creating the seventh move of the Traceless Sword Principle, Fang Chen had enough accumulation. Rumble. The space in his body was constantly expanding. His cultivation level jumped from the early stage of the Heaven Opening Realm to the middle stage of the Heaven Opening Realm and then to the late stage. In the end, Fang Chen's cultivation level stopped at the late stage of the Heaven Opening Realm. He could feel that he was only a step away from the limit of the Heaven Opening Realm. Unfortunately, this step stopped him in his tracks. However, he was satisfied to be able to break through to the late stage of the Heaven Opening Realm. Whoosh! He opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. His face was full of excitement. After cultivating for 3 months and accumulating a lot, he had achieved such an achievement. Now, I should be able to kill an Earth-opening realm cultivator in a second, right? Fang Chen murmured. In fact, if he used his full strength, an Earth-opening realm cultivator would not be a match for him. He could even fight a peak Earth-opening realm cultivator. However, I feel that the seventh move of the Traceless Sword Principle seems to have some flaws. His intuition told him that the seventh move of the Traceless Sword Principle was flawed. He thought for a moment and sat down cross-legged to study the Azura Sword Principle and perfect the seventh move of the Traceless Sword Principle. Day after day, year after year. This time, he went into seclusion longer than before. For 3 years, Fang Chen did not step out of his courtyard. His courtyard was often surrounded by extremely dense sword qi, which caused people to tremble. During this time, something happened in the Limitless Sword Sect, but Fang Chen did not know about it. On a certain day, 3 years later, in Fang Chen's courtyard, sword qi suddenly filled the air. The terrifying sword qi spread out in all directions, shocking Jian Wuji. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jian Wuji and the others arrived and looked at Fang Chen's courtyard from afar. What happened? He should have finished his seclusion. I wonder how much his strength has increased. This was what Jian Wuji was most concerned about. Buzz! A dazzling sword light cut through the void and shrouded the sky above the Limitless Sword Sect. This sword light contained an aura that made people tremble. It pierced through the sky and disappeared. The entire sky was shaking. The Limitless Sword Mountain could clearly feel the shaking. So strong! Everyone exclaimed. Chapter 2307. Genius remembers love in 1 second go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Sword qi crisscrossed and pierced through the sky. After a long time, Fang Chen's courtyard regained its calm. Jian Wuji and the others quickly came to Fang Chen's courtyard and found him standing in the middle of the courtyard in a daze. His entire body was filled with extremely sharp sword qi, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Don't move. Just as the sword master and the others were about to approach, Jian Wuji stopped them. He has entered the state of sword heart connected to the spirit. Jian Wuji's eyes were burning with excitement. He didn't expect this guy to be able to enter the state of sword heart connected to the spirit. Sword heart connected to the spirit? Everyone present was a sword Dao cultivator and had a strong understanding of the sword Dao. They couldn't be more familiar with sword heart connected to the spirit. This was the state that every sword Dao cultivator dreamed of. It was said that entering the state of sword heart connected to the spirit was equivalent to hundreds of years of hard work. Fang Chen was now in the state of sword heart connected to the spirit. The swordmaster and the others, who had been stopped by Zhen Wuji, calmed down and carefully sized up Fang Chen. Only then did they realize that his body was shimmering with wisps of sword Dao light. At the location of his heart, the dazzling light outlined his heart. Sword heart connected to the spirit. The sword master clenched his fists in excitement. A sword Dao genius, an absolute sword Dao genius. I have cultivated for thousands of years and have never entered the state of sword heart connected to the spirit. I didn't expect Fang Chen to be able to enter this state at such a young age. I'm ashamed. Under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult for a sword Dao cultivator to enter the state of sword heart connected to the spirit. Unless one had heaven-defying potential in the sword Dao. Obviously, Fang Chen's potential in the sword Dao had unknowingly reached a shocking level. This breakthrough in the Azura sword Dao had allowed him to enter the state of sword heart connected to the spirit. I wonder how long he can last? The sword master asked. In the history of Void Star Sky, there were people who had entered the state of sword heart connected to the spirit. The longest record was 2 hours. One had to know that the state of sword heart connected to the spirit was extremely difficult. Even if it was only for 2 hours, it was still extremely difficult. I don't know, but this cultivation will definitely make it undergo a qualitative transformation, Zhen Wuji said in a deep voice. Do one. Then, Fang Chen's courtyard was completely sealed off by Zhen Wuji and the others. They even stood guard for Fang Chen, afraid that he would be disturbed. Sword heart connected to the spirit? Fang Chen muttered to himself. His mind was filled with an extremely rich aura of sword principle. Wang. The 7 golden figures in the primordial spirit brandished their swords and performed the traceless sword technique again and again. This is the perfect form of the traceless sword ART's 7th move. Fang Chen said to himself. When he first created it, it had many flaws. However, after countless hours of repeated study, his mastery of the Azura sword principle had reached an extremely high level. At this moment, the 7th move of the traceless sword principle had reached its most perfect state. The 7th move of the traceless sword principle has undergone a great change. It seems to be closer to the Azura sword principle. Fang Chen pondered carefully. After a long time, he decided to reconstruct the first 3 moves of the traceless sword principle. He began to do it as soon as he thought of it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Due to his great improvement in the Azura sword principle, Fang Chen also dissected the essence of the traceless sword principle. First, he separated the first 3 moves into different parts. However, he went from complex to simple, and began to combine the first 3 moves. The power of the first 3 moves is too weak. If the 3 moves are combined, the traceless sword principle will be perfect. Love Go Little Say W, Chu thinking of this, he began to combine the first 3 moves. The whole process was smooth and there were almost no obstacles. He succeeded. What a comfortable feeling. The state of sword heart connected to the spirit was rare. Cultivating the sword principle in this state was twice the result with half the effort. In an hour, Fang Chen had completely reconstructed the traceless sword principle. Due to the combination of the first 3 moves and the addition of the Azura sword chi, there was a fundamental change. In addition to the 4 moves that Fang Chen had created, the traceless sword principle now had a total of 5 moves. However, Fang Chen realized that the traceless sword principle had been modified beyond recognition by him. It should not be called that anymore. After thinking about it, he finally decided on a new name. Azura sword principle. The complete traceless sword principle was now based on the Azura sword principle and the spacetime collapse technique as support. The combination of the 2 created a unique Great Dao. Dudu 2. Next, Fang Chen began to integrate the 5 moves of the Azura sword principle and strengthen it again. The longer the state of sword heart connected to the spirit, the more heaven-defying the potential of the martial artist in the sword principle. In the endless history of the Void Star Heaven, the longest one lasted was only 2 hours. However, Fang Chen had unknowingly broken the highest record. Jian Wuji and the others looked at Fang Chen with their mouths agape. The shock in their hearts had already reached a point where it could not be any greater. It was too shocking. 4 hours was something that they had never thought of before. Heavens, how strong is this guy's sword principle potential? It seems that we have underestimated his sword principle potential previously. God bless our Wuji sword sect. Many of the upper echelons, including Jian Wuji, were ecstatic. If such a peerless genius could continue to grow, his journey would not be in the Void Star Heaven, but in the Sea of Stars. One day, he would be able to stand at the peak of the sword principle. At that time, he would be qualified to look down on the entire chaotic void. The Wuji sword sect would naturally rise with him. 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Fang Chen was still in the state of sword heart connected to the spirit. The dazzling light in his heart was still there. Everyone's expression had returned to normal. They had already recovered from their shock. When they looked at Fang Chen, their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. I wonder how many days he can last. Before Fang Chen, the length of time he was in the sword heart connected to spirit state was calculated by the hours. Now, however, they were already counting in days. One could imagine how shocking the changes Fang Chen had brought. The dazzling light in his heart is still very strong. According to my estimation, he can last for at least 3 days, the swordmaster said slowly. 3 days is too long. Even in the entire chaotic void, very few people can last for 3 days, another sage realm elder said. Yeah, I think it will take about 2 days. The few of them talked one after another, guessing when Fang Chen would wake up from the state of sword heart connected to the spirit. However, only Jian Wuji remained silent. However, the look in his eyes had already revealed everything he was thinking. He had a crazy idea in his heart. Could Fang Chen break the historical record of the chaotic void and last for 10 days in the state of sword heart connected to the spirit? So far, the longest recorded time in the state of sword heart connected to the spirit was 10 days. Of course, the chaotic void was too big and this record might not be true and accurate. Jian Wuji had only heard about it from hearsay. However, no matter what, from the depths of his heart, he still hoped that Fang Chen would be able to persevere for 10 days, or even longer. 3 days later, the swordmaster and the others were completely stunned. Their hearts were filled with shock. 5 days later, they had completely calmed down. It was as if Fang Chen was cultivating in seclusion. They didn't take sword heart connected to the spirit seriously at all. In the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. Only 2 more hours and it would be 10 days. Jian Wuji looked calm on the surface, but he was very excited on the inside. Hold on. Jian Wuji was shouting in his heart. He hoped that Fang Chen could last for 10 days. In that case, his future achievements in the Sword Dao would definitely shake the entire chaotic void. Time ticked by. When the 10th day arrived, Jian Wuji jumped up in shock. He didn't expect Fang Chen to really last for 10 days. It was incredible. Who could compare with such potential in the Sword Dao? The Wuji sword sect was vaguely shrouded by a tyrannical sword qi. Jian Wuji and the people from the construction department looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement. Sect Master. The sword master suddenly called out softly. Jian Wuji nodded. He knew what the sword master meant and said without any hesitation, "Don't worry. Even if we die, we must protect Fang Chen's safety. I will immediately contact Ancestor Xing He. Unless the Qiu family headquarters takes action, a mere spirit void branch will definitely not be able to escape from Ancestor Xing He's palm." The sword master nodded heavily. The current Fang Chen status in the Wuji sword sect was completely different. Chapter 2308. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. 19 days. It lasted for 19 days. Love go little say W. Chu. If this record were to spread, It would definitely cause a commotion in the chaotic void. The moment Fang Chen woke up, he was enlightened. The Shura sword qi in his body had undergone earth-shattering changes. His control of the Shura sword Dao seemed to have reached the point of perfection. Has it reached perfection? 19 days in the heart of sword spirit state was equivalent to 10,000 years of bitter cultivation. With Fang Chen's heaven-defying potential in the sword Dao, it was understandable that the Shura sword Dao had reached perfection. The perfection of the Shura sword Dao allowed Fang Chen to experience what the sword Dao was. The Shura sword Dao had reached the point of being completely natural. Even a martial artist at the peak of the earth-splitting realm would not be able to make him use all 5 moves. There are more, but with my current understanding of the sword Dao, I can't comprehend it, Fang Chen said to himself. He carefully sensed it and was surprised to find that the myriad sword domain had expanded to a range of 10,000 meters. The power of the domain was even more tyrannical. With just a thought, he was able to bind a dimension-shatterer realm cultivator within it. It was a pity that the myriad sword body was still at level 4 and had not broken through. This made Fang Chen somewhat disappointed. Forget it, let nature take its course. The cultivation of the myriad sword body was very difficult. If he wanted to improve it, he would need enough energy. For the time being, he would not think about this. He would wait for the opportunity to improve it. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, he suddenly felt countless burning gazes. He raised his head and was surprised to see Zhen Wuji and the others staring at him with their eyes wide open. He subconsciously touched his cheek and chuckled. Is there something wrong with my face? Immediately, Zhen Wuji and the others rushed towards Fang Chen. They looked at him seriously as if they wanted to see through him. Amazing. After a long time, Zhen Wuji gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Even with his current state of mind, a ripple still appeared in his heart. Fang Chen's actions had a visual impact on him. I, Zhen Wuji, have cultivated for hundreds of millions of years, but I have never seen a monstrous sword cultivator like you. In the past, those monstrous sword cultivators only existed in legends. But today, Zhen Wuji finally saw it with his own eyes. Moreover, it was a disciple of his limitless sword sect. How could he not be happy? Sect leader, you praise me too much. Fang Chen said modestly. Zhen Wuji shook his head and said, you don't have to be humble. With your current potential in the sword Dao, you will attract the attention of a large sect in the entire primal chaos void. You are worthy of this praise. Zhen Wuji's high evaluation of Fang Chen couldn't be described with words. The sword master, who was standing at the side, kept talking to Fang Chen. Not long after, Ancestor Xinghe arrived. When he learned that Fang Chen had persisted in the state of sword heart connected to the soul for 19 days, he was extremely excited. The entire limitless sword sect was filled with joy. Just as everyone was celebrating for Fang Chen, the latter suddenly received a piece of news and quietly left the limitless sword sect. Myriad Devil Island. The current Myriad Devil Island had become Fang Chen's backyard. Under the leadership of Myriad Devil Island Lord and Mocha, the entire Myriad Devil Island was thriving day by day. There were even many Unity Realm experts. And Myriad Devil Island Lord's cultivation had reached the limit of the Unity Realm. He was just one step away from the heaven-opening realm. Island Lord, ever since the 9-star Golden Dragon mine suffered a heavy blow, the production has been greatly reduced. Just a few days ago, I received news that the 9-star Golden Dragon mine has reached the bottom. It won't be long before it is completely mined. Mocha muttered in the Myriad Devil Palace. The black-robed Myriad Devil Island Lord nodded. His expression was calm. He placed his hands behind his back and looked up at the endless sky. Love go little say W, Chu I've already sent a message to Master. We'll talk about it when he comes. Just as Myriad Devil Island Lord finished speaking, his body trembled. Soon after, he looked into the distance with blazing eyes. A figure slowly walked out from the void. Why did you send a message for me to come here? Fang Chen asked. Master, it's regarding the 9-star Golden Dragon mine. Myriad Devil Island Lord told Fang Chen about the 9-star Golden Dragon mine in detail. Hearing this, the latter nodded lightly and said, I'll go take a look. Master, This is your 9-star golden dragon mine. After receiving the Sumeru ring from Myriad Devil Island Lord, Fang Chen swept through it with his spiritual sense. He discovered 10 billion pieces of 9-star golden dragon mine lying inside. Grinning, he vanished from the Myriad Devil Islands. Master is becoming more and more unfathomable. Myriad Devil Island Lord thought in his heart. In the past, the latter's cultivation was inferior to his. But now, he had to look up to him. Myriad Devil Island Lord became even more determined. He would follow the footsteps of his master forever. Not far away from Myriad Devil Island, in the primal chaos void where the 9-star golden dragon mine was located, Fang Chen floated in the sky, looking down at some miners mining. After not seeing each other for a few years, only a small part of the 9-star golden dragon mine was left. At most, it would be mined out in 3 months. I wonder what's at the bottom of the 9-star golden dragon mine? With a thought, Fang Chen drilled into the 9-star golden dragon mine. Seeing a 9-star golden dragon mine appear out of thin air, Fang Chen was filled with doubts. However, he had explored for a long time without finding anything. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he believed that he could explore deeper. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the deepest part of the 9-star golden dragon mine. He used the space-time collapse technique to penetrate the 9-star golden dragon mine and reach the bottom. What is this? Fang Chen's heart trembled. The bottom of the 9-star golden dragon mine was a dark void. The entire 9-star golden dragon mine was suspended in midair. 2 months later, only a large piece of the 9-star golden dragon mine was left. Fang Chen dismissed the miners and let them return to Myriad Devil Island. As for himself, he personally came to mine the last large piece of 9-star golden dragon mine. In these 2 months, Fang Chen carefully explored the bottom of the 9-star golden dragon mine and discovered some mysteries. Finally, his gaze fell on the last large piece of 9-star golden dragon mine. This was also the only 9-star golden dragon mine that was close to the dark void. Fang Chen was mining it piece by piece. Catcher. When he was mining to the end, there was a sudden change in the 9-star golden dragon mine. The huge 9-star golden dragon mine exploded in an instant. Pieces of gravel suddenly formed a circle in the void. Above the circular 9-star golden dragon mine, a terrifying attractive force emerged from it. Crash! Fang Chen cried out in his heart. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. His body was instantly shrouded by the violent attractive force, and then he disappeared into the colorful 9-star golden dragon mine. After a while, the colorful 9-star golden dragon mine returned to normal. 3. If someone was here, they would definitely discover that the place where the 9-star golden dragon mine disappeared was a 5-colored altar made of 9-star golden dragon mine. Fang Chen disappeared from this 5-colored altar. Catcher. A breeze blew past, and cracks appeared on the 5-colored altar. Catcher sounds were heard. In a few breaths of time, the 5-colored altar directly collapsed and turned into nothingness, vanishing into thin air. There was a great fluctuation in the chaotic void, but it soon returned to normal and became dark and silent. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Somewhere in the chaotic void, an old man riding a big black dog was playing chess with an old man with stubble on his face. Ha ha ha, you bastard. Every time you ride a big dog here to swindle me. The old man with stubble on his face put the black chess piece in his hand on the chessboard and laughed. It was a dead end, and he won. How is it? My chess skills have improved a lot, haven't they? The old man with stubble on his face laughed. Can't you see that I'm deliberately letting you win? The old man grinned. With your lousy chess skills, even my blackie can beat you. Hearing the old man's words, the old man with stubble on his face deliberately pulled a long face and said, "You're so boring. I'm not playing with you anymore." The old man jumped onto the big black dog and prepared to leave. I'm leaving first. I'll come and play with you next time. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly changed slightly. What's wrong? The old man with stubble on his face hurriedly asked. Although they often quarreled because of chess, they were brothers of life and death. When something happened, they would be the first to rush forward. Interesting. The old man chuckled, then pinched his fingers and said to himself, What are you talking about? Previously, when I was traveling, I passed by the Void Star Sky and found a good sword Dao seedling. He gave me a 9-star stone, and I gave him the Demon Sword's Azura Sword Dao inheritance, the old man said. And then? I didn't expect him to cultivate the Azura Sword Dao to perfection, the old man said with joy. And he went to the starry sky.